Chapter 886. Boundless Ocean. 10,000 li seabed. There was a huge palace completely different from Elysium. At the center of the palace was a long table with dozens of seats on both sides. At the head of the table sat a 3-meter-tall, dark-skinned, human-like expert. He wore a black uniform with 5 blood-red badges on his left chest, each with a blood-red star engraved on it. Although he didn't deliberately release his aura, the aura he faintly emitted was still terrifyingly powerful, not inferior to Su King or Air Emperor. Apart from him, there was no one else. Only blood-colored stones were placed on the corresponding table. Buzz! A blood-colored stone at the head of the table suddenly emitted a blood-red radiance, and an indistinct blood figure appeared. Lord! The blood figure bowed toward the black-skinned expert. Please sit. What's the matter? The black-skinned expert faintly nodded, indicating for him to sit. Sitting down, the blood figure immediately said, Lord, my consciousness projection encountered the peerless genius, Yi Qin, in Blood Sky Continent's King Grade Forbidden Ground, Bloodlight Ocean. Oh, the black-skinned expert's eyes brightened. What was the result? He was quite clear about Yi Qin's strength. It was equivalent to an ordinary life and death king. According to the kings of this world, he was a low-level king. However, the speaker's main body was a high-level king, and his consciousness projection had the strength of a mid-level king. Killing Yi Qin should be as easy as blowing off dust. He was waiting for the other party to tell him some good news. Originally, I didn't need much effort to kill him, but at the crucial moment he made a breakthrough. His destruction sword intent rose from the peak of the 5th step to the 6th step, increasing his strength by several folds, reaching the battle strength of a mid-level king. What? 6th step destruction sword intent? Did you kill him? I should have. What do you mean I should have? Killing him is killing him. There are no other possibilities. The black-skinned expert said discontentedly. Blood Shadow said hesitantly, Sir, you should know the power of my 4-layered heavens of thunder and fire. I risked my consciousness to scatter and sent him flying with the 4-layered heavens of thunder and fire. Then my consciousness dissipated. I didn't see if he died or not, but in my opinion he is definitely dead. There is no hope for him to survive. Blood Shadow told some of the details to the black-skinned powerhouse and let him deduce it. After pondering for a moment, the black-skinned powerhouse slowly said, According to what you said, he had already used the immortal body once, and his Zhen Yuan was greatly damaged. Then he was sent flying by your thunder-fire 4-layered heavens, so his injuries should be several times worse than before. Even the immortal body can't save him, so he's most likely dead. My lord, we've eliminated another peerless genius. Seeing the black-skinned powerhouse say the same, Blood Shadow's blurry face lit up with joy. However, the black-skinned expert's tone changed. Without personally witnessing his death, I can't be 100% sure. What I want is absolute safety. Therefore, I have to confirm his death. Otherwise, if he doesn't die and enters life and death realm, he will truly be a scourge for us, and it will be difficult to kill him in the future. My lord, what do you mean? Blood Shadow looked at the black-skinned powerhouse. Send another consciousness projection to Blood Sky Continent and see if he's dead or not. If he's dead, that's for the best. But if he's not dead, don't beat the grass and alert the snake. We need to make some arrangements before we start the killing plan. Originally, the black-skinned powerhouse's desire to kill Yi Qin was already very urgent, but not to the point of disregarding everything else. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Qin had raised his destruction sword intent to the 6th step at the peak of the 3rd layer. It should be known that among life and death kings, a powerful will was the most frightening. Right now, Yi Qin had the 6th step destruction sword intent. But what about in the future? 7th step, 8th step? He didn't even dare to think about it. It was definitely a nightmare. Yes, Blood Shadow faintly nodded. Without personally witnessing Yi Chen's death, he couldn't be at ease. All right, you take action immediately. Be careful this time, the black-skinned powerhouse instructed. Rest assured, my lord, this subordinate will certainly bring back good news. Blood shadows scattered, leaving only the black-skinned powerhouse in the palace. Sixth step destruction, sword intent. Truly a frightening genius, even more frightening than Xianhou. Such a genius will simply be our nightmare if we don't get rid of him. We must get rid of him as soon as possible, even if we have to pay a small price. Killing intent leaked out of the black-skinned powerhouse's eyes. Blackwater Alliance headquarters. Teacher, the operation failed. Wang Tai bent his waist, not daring to look at Yin Sky King. The operation failed? What about Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King? Yin Sky King's brows creased as he asked. Wang Tai sucked in a deep breath and said, Poison Fire King returned to the starry sky to recover his cultivation base. Blood Hand King? He's dead. After the operation failed, Poison Fire King was gravely injured and lost a lot of his cultivation base. He didn't feel like going to see Yin Sky King, so after informing Wang Tai, he broke through the second layer of the sky and returned to the starry sky to recover his cultivation base. If he lost his cultivation base, he could recover as soon as possible by entering seclusion. The longer he delayed, the harder it would be. As soon as Wang Tai received the news, he immediately left Blood Sky Continent and rushed toward Blackwater Alliance's headquarters. However, he was not a life and death king, so it took him a long time to arrive. Poison Fire King's cultivation base has been greatly damaged, and Blood Hand King has been killed. Yin Sky King simply couldn't believe his ears. Tell me the details. Yin Sky King shouted. Yes. Wang Tai told him everything Poison Fire King had told him. Proficient in soul attack secret arts, to be able to stun a low-step king. His strongest sword move contains Death Dao, and is even more profound than the Death Dao comprehended by low-step kings. No wonder Blood Hand King died at his hands, and Poison Fire King was also gravely injured. The most surprising thing is that he has an undying body, and his Zhenyuan is several times stronger than ordinary peak third-layer life and death chamber cultivators. Yin Sky King was, after all, one of the big shots of Blackwater Alliance. Through the details, he also understood why Yi Qin could injure Poison Fire King and kill Blood Hand King. Among these abilities, soul attack secret arts are the most frightening. Without soul attack secret arts, he is absolutely not Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's opponent. Therefore, as long as we find a king unafraid of soul attacks, we can smoothly kill him. It should be a heaven-grade, high-step soul attack secret art, but it hasn't been cultivated to greater completion. Either send a mid-step king or a low-step king who has studied soul defense. Yin Sky King's plan began to form. All right, you can leave first. You don't need to worry about this matter in the future. The most important thing for you is to comprehend Death Dao and Life Dao, and strive to become a life and death king as soon as possible. Wang Tai was a genius ranked in the top dozens in Elysium. Once he became a life and death king, it would be of great help to him and Blackwater Alliance. If they wanted to survive in Elysium in the future, this kind of peerless genius king was indispensable. The entire Elysium was already filled with ominous signs. Yes, teacher. Wang Tai retreated. Yi Qin, according to reason, you are a peerless genius of true spirit continent, so I shouldn't kill you. However, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for monopolizing my Blackwater Alliance's 2 million Zhenyuan crystals. Moreover, you have a supreme grade sword. If I could obtain a supreme grade sword and exchange it with other kings, I would be a top existence even among high-step kings. With this kind of strength, I would have greater assurance in exploring forbidden and dangerous zones, obtaining even more treasures, and continuously increasing my strength. This is my opportunity, so don't blame me. Yin Sky King was ambitious. In fact, the majority of life and death kings were ambitious. Who would be willing to live an ordinary life? He also wanted to become an influential figure in Elysium, standing on equal footing with Dragon King Shinho and even Su King. In the boundless starry sky, it was pitch black and silent. Only the radiance emitted by the stars was incomparably dazzling. On a constantly moving meteorite, two figures were sitting opposite each other. Between them was a stone table on which was a wine flask and a wine cup. The two were drinking wine. Copper Sword King, your supreme grade bone refining wine is truly delicious. Unfortunately, you only give me one cup each time. The speaker was an enormous, bull-headed man with a pair of bull horns that seemed as if they could pierce through the blue dome of heaven. The human opposite him was a sword artist. His body emitted a faint sword chi, which could shred the surrounding meteorites into nothingness. Those who knew him called him Copper Sword King. He was a life and death Sword King of Sky, Sword Continent, and had a bit of fame in True Spirit Continent. He smiled. Demonic Bull King, the ingredients for this supreme grade bone refining wine are not easy to find. If I let you drink it all at once, I'll be lucky if I can give you a cup in the future. Copper Sword King and Demonic Bull King didn't have much of a friendship. They had only cooperated a few times, and each time returned smoothly. Therefore, they were quite familiar with each other. When they were free, they would occasionally meet up. Demonic Bull King grinned. You're right. But this time, you have to give me an extra cup. Oh, why? Copper Sword King was clear that Demonic Bull King wouldn't ask for an extra cup for no reason. Give or not. If not, then forget it. Demonic Bull King said. Here, take it. Copper Sword King poured another cup for Demonic Bull King. Picking up the cup, Demonic Bull King drained it in one gulp and said with a beaming smile, Let me tell you a piece of good news. Don't you want a supreme grade sword? I know where you can find one. Copper Sword King's eyes shone. Where? In my Blood Sky Continent. Its owner is only a little guy at the peak of the third layer of life and death chamber. However, his strength is pretty good, and he even defeated White Wolf Sect's giant Wolf King. A little guy has a supreme grade sword. Copper Sword King sneered. Truly a waste of a heavenly treasure. Tempted? Demonic Bull King smiled. Of course, but I'm curious. Although a supreme grade sword is useless to you, you can exchange it for other supreme grade artifacts. Why are you giving this opportunity to me? Copper Sword King was puzzled. Demonic Bull King sighed. Big brother didn't let me touch him. Iron Hoof Beast King. Copper Sword King naturally knew who Demonic Bull King's big brother was. Iron Hoof Beast Sect had two great beast kings, Demonic Bull King and Iron Hoof Beast King. Iron Hoof Beast King was an extremely powerful character among high-level beast kings. Even Copper Sword King was far from being his opponent. All right, if I can get a supreme grade sword this time, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll definitely gift you a high-grade pseudo-supreme grade artifact. Copper Sword King vowed solemnly. With that, Copper Sword King poured another cup of wine for Demonic Bull King. While drinking, Demonic Bull King inwardly thought, Big Brother is afraid of Dragon King and promised him not to cause trouble for that little guy. Although I'm also afraid, I can secretly obtain some benefits. Who will know? Even if they do, it doesn't matter. In any case, I didn't do anything. Apart from titled monarchs, everyone was afraid of Dragon King. Dragon King's lifespan was nearing its end. Before his death, he could easily drag a few people down with him. Even titled monarchs wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, Copper Sword King was different. Dragon King had only invited some people from Blood Sky Continent. As long as Copper Sword King didn't kill Yi-Chin and only took the supreme grade sword, Dragon King wouldn't say anything. Chapter 887. Bloodlight Ocean in a natural underground cavern. Fortunately, I have a lot of Jianyuan crystals. Otherwise, recovering Jianyuan in a short period of time would be difficult. At the center of the cavern, Yi-Chin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of light flickered within. At Life and Death Realm, recovering Zhenyuan was a big problem. Every single Life and Death King's cultivation base was extremely frightening. Even those with low cultivation base had decades of cultivation base, while those with high cultivation base had thousands of years of cultivation base. With such a huge amount of Zhenyuan, it would be extremely difficult to rely on a cultivation technique to recover. After all, the Yuan Qi of the heaven and earth was too far apart from king-grade Zhenyuan. One would need to compress and refine it many times. Only by entering seclusion for a long time could one recover. However, this would also depend on the amount of cultivation base lost. Using supreme grade spirit stones would be a lot faster. Unfortunately, supreme grade spirit stones were extremely rare. Moreover, they were the currency of Life and Death Kings. If the loss of cultivation base wasn't too severe, very few Life and Death Kings would use supreme grade spirit stones to recover Zhenyuan. It was too extravagant. If using supreme grade spirit stones to recover Zhenyuan was extravagant, then using Zhenyuan crystals to recover Zhenyuan was a waste. Zhenyuan crystals were even more precious than supreme grade spirit stones. Only Life and Death Kings and a small portion of half-step kings proficient in this Tao could condense them. However, Life and Death Kings didn't eat or drink, so they couldn't condense much in a year. Moreover, recovering Zhenyuan required at least 10,000 Zhenyuan crystals. It should be known that when Yi Qin cultivated Undying Body and Limb Rebirth Realm, he had used 50,000 Zhenyuan crystals, and his cultivation base had only doubled. Not counting the purity of Zhenyuan, Yi Chen's cultivation base was only about 9 years of cultivation base. Of course, the Zhenyuan crystals Yi Chen obtained were somewhat lacking compared to Zhenyuan crystals condensed by Life and Death Kings. In terms of purity, they weren't even low-grade Zhenyuan crystals. If they were genuine low-grade Zhenyuan crystals, perhaps 10,000 would be enough. There was no need for 50,000. This time, I've used 70,000 Zhenyuan crystals. I don't even have 2,100,000 left. I should save some. The Zhenyuan of a low-step king was 10 times purer than a high-step king's, and 5 times purer than the peak of the third layer. Once Yi Qin entered Life and Death Realm, he would be able to use Zhenyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Currently, 70,000 Zhenyuan crystals could restore 95% of his Zhenyuan, and 75,000 could restore 100% of his Zhenyuan. Once he reached Life and Death Realm, the effect would be reduced by 5 times, and he would need 375,000 Zhenyuan crystals to restore the same cultivation base, which was 9 years of cultivation base. 50 years of cultivation base was equivalent to 50 years of bitter cultivation base. Blood Hand Monarch didn't have much wealth. He probably used precious treasures and top-grade spirit stones to exchange for things that could increase his cultivation. After all, no matter how good a treasure was, it couldn't be compared to cultivation, unless it was a treasure that could greatly increase one's strength. With his quintessential essence completely restored, Yi Qin stood up and walked out of the underground cave. Although the mutated star fire poison had been removed, Yi Qin wasn't in a hurry to leave Bloodlight Ocean. His spirit body was only a step away from the 5th step. As long as he could obtain a blood crystal flower, he would be able to truly enter the 5th step, and his body's strength would increase tremendously. If others attacked him, they would be heavily injured. But because of his 5th step spirit body, they would be lightly injured. This was extremely useful in saving Zhenyuan, and his survivability would also increase. Even if I can't find the blood crystal flower, I still need to get some low-level blood demon crystals. Although low-level blood demon crystals can't directly upgrade my spirit body to the 5th order, they can make the breakthrough easier. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen disappeared in a flash. The third one. With his destruction sword intent reaching the 6th step, Yi Chen could easily kill low-stage blood demon kings. Even high-stage kings might not be able to kill low-stage blood demon kings as easily as Yi Chen. The only problem was that Bloodlight Ocean was too vast, and it wasn't easy to run into low-stage blood demon kings. Collecting the low-level blood demon crystals. The number of crystals in Yi Chen's storage ring increased to 4. Continue. Yi Chen flew out. On the undulating hills, another fierce battle was going on. Monkey dodge. Anika's Spear King roared. The spear in his hand moved like a divine dragon, appearing and disappearing amidst the wind and clouds. The spear pierced Blood Shadow's chest. Puff! This spear's strike left a huge hole in Blood Shadow's chest. Kiki, you guys can't do anything to me. Blood Shadow was a mid-stage blood demon king, several times stronger than a low-stage blood demon king. Kings of the same level simply couldn't kill him. Only high-stage kings could slowly grind him to death. This was the terror of blood demons. Swish! A blood light flickered as the mid-stage blood demon king charged at the slightly weaker Iron Monkey King. Scram! How could Iron Monkey King dare to let it get close? It opened its mouth and spat out a light sphere. Bang! A chi wave exploded, shattering one of the mid-stage blood demon king's arms. However, he grinned and forcibly passed through the chi wave, arriving less than 10 meters away from Iron Monkey King. At the crucial moment, Anika's Spear King swept Iron Monkey King with his spear, saving his life. Courting death. The mid-stage blood demon king was furious. It no longer chased after Iron Monkey King and turned its attention to Anika's Spear King. Although Anika's Spear King's flesh wasn't as powerful as Iron Monkey King's, he was much more troublesome. Only by killing him would the following battles be easier. Raising his right hand, a rotating blood-colored ball of light condensed in the palm of the mid-level blood demon king. Go! With a wave of his palm, the blood sphere shot toward Anika's Spear King. Anika's Spear King could sense the frightening, devouring power contained within the blood sphere. The consequences would be unimaginable if he were to be hit. Moving his body, Anika's Spear King ingeniously dodged the light sphere's attack. Let's see how you dodge this time. 3 blood spheres shot toward Anika's Spear King in a triangular formation. The speed of the blood spheres was too fast. Anika's Spear King could only dodge 2 of them, but he couldn't avoid the third one. Bang! Anika's Spear King was unscathed, but a 3-meter-tall figure was sent flying. Monkey! Anika's Spear King widened his eyes. It was Iron Monkey King who blocked the blood sphere for him. Old Chung, don't worry. I won't die that easily. Iron Monkey King climbed up from the ground. His back was shriveled as if he had lost a large amount of flesh. As a demonic beast king, Iron Monkey King's flesh was many times stronger than Anika's Spear King's. This was also the reason why he dared to take this attack head-on. It seems like we're going to die here today. Anika's Spear King heaved a sigh of relief and said bitterly, Yeah, I didn't expect us 3 brothers to die together in the end. Blackhorn will go first, and we'll follow behind. Iron Monkey King was also unwilling. The battle power of a mid-level blood demon king wasn't very strong. It was at the bottom of mid-level kings and demonic beast kings. However, the strongest point of a mid-level blood demon king wasn't their battle power, but their recovery, which was even more frightening than an undying body. No matter how they attacked, they wouldn't be able to injure them. At most, they would only be able to wear down a bit of their opponent's strength. Oh, it seems like you guys know that you're going to die. The mid-level blood demon king looked like a cat toying with a mouse. Humph, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Have a taste of my strongest spear, Wind Cloud Lightning Spear. Anika's Spear King roared as his figure shot out and thrust out his spear. Crackle! The Wind Cloud Lightning Spear contained the wind and cloud profound, which was already very powerful. However, Anika Spear King used some unknown method to use wind and cloud as the foundation to derive the power of thunder and lightning. It was equivalent to this spear containing the wind, cloud, and thunder profound. Of course, it was only a small amount of thunder profound. However, its might had more than doubled. As the spear thrust out, a sparkling electric light illuminated the surrounding dozens of li. This spear is frightening. Although it can't compare to the masked man's profound martial skill, it's not that far off. Life and death kings are very weak, and the strong are very strong. It all depends on one's comprehension of the profound martial skill. Yi Chun had long since sensed the energy ripples and quietly approached. From afar, he inwardly sighed in admiration. Thunder and lightning power! The mid-level blood demon king's face sank. Among the various profounds, not to mention time and space profounds, there were few profounds that blood demons feared the most. Among them, thunder and lightning profound was one of them. The thunder and lightning power derived from this spear was not weak. Although it wasn't enough to kill him, it could still injure him somewhat. Explode! The mid-level blood demon king shot out 5 blood-colored light spears in a row, which exploded. Poochie! In the end, Anika Spear King was blasted away, and the mid-level blood demon king's chest was also struck, turning it black and emitting smoke. Let's see if you still have the strength to resist. Anika Spear King wasn't directly hit by the blood-colored light spear and was merely blasted away by the aftershock. However, his aura immediately weakened and his face turned pale. Transforming into a blood-colored light, the mid-level blood demon king pounced at Anika Spear King. Iron Monkey King had been blasted far away and simply couldn't catch up, bewitching mirror shattering. Abruptly, the mid-level blood demon king froze in the void. In the next moment, it shattered into thousands of pieces. The blood-colored chi current dissipated into mid-level blood demon king, roared and fled. You think you can escape? Yi Chun couldn't let the mid-level blood demon king escape. The latter's mid-level blood demon crystal was priceless, and its usefulness to him was second only to the blood crystal flower. The second bewitching mirror shattering thoroughly killed the mid-level blood demon king, and a blood-colored crystal fell down. A mid-level blood demon king is indeed a mid-level blood demon king. My destruction soared intense, might increased by 10 times, but it still couldn't kill it. Sucking the crystal into his hand, Yi Chen's face revealed a joyful expression. A mid-level blood demon crystal was more or less enough for his spirit body to break through to the 5th step. It would be best if he could find the blood crystal flower later, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter. What? Killing a mid-level blood demon king with 2 swords? Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. When they discovered that Yi Chen's realm was not even at Life and Death King realm, they were even more astonished. For them, this was simply incomprehensible. They had personally experienced how frightening a mid-level blood demon king was. If not for Yi Chen's appearance, none of them would have survived. Freak, this is a freak. Anika Spear King muttered. Chapter 888. I'll take this mid-level blood demon crystal. Yi Chen stored the crystal in his storage ring and said to Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King. Anika Spear King promptly nodded. You killed the blood demon king, so the blood demon crystal belongs to you. Moreover, me and the monkey also owe you a life. Anika Spear King was not someone who liked to take advantage of others. As far as he was concerned, being able to live was the greatest fortune. It was just a matter of convenience. Even without you, I would still have acted. Yi Chen didn't expect them to repay him. Obtaining a mid-level blood demon crystal was all thanks to the 2. Without them, he might not have come across it. Iron Hand King had a straightforward character. Old Chong is right. We owe you a life. If you're in danger, We'll risk our lives to repay you. Hee, do as you wish. Yi Chen smiled. Although one might know a person's face, but not their heart, these two did seem like people worth befriending. I'm Chang Chifeng, also known as Anika Spear King. This is my good friend, Iron Monkey King. May I know benefactor's name? Anika Spear King put away his spear and cupped his fists. Yi Chen said, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're the first ranked life and death substitute list Yi Chen, the one who defeated Giant Wolf King? Anika Spear King suddenly understood. Right. Yi Chen didn't intend to hide it. Everyone says that you have the strength to contend against a low-step king, but it seems like your battle strength has already reached mid-step king. He could naturally see that the reason Yi Chen could easily kill a mid-step blood demon king was because of his destruction sword intent. Destruction sword intent was one of the strongest sword intents and had a restraining effect on almost everything, including the undying body. Even if a sword artist with similar strength as Yi Chen were to attack the same life and death king, the result would be different. The king injured by Yi Chen would need more Jinyuan to operate the undying body. However, elemental sword intents were extremely difficult to raise. The destruction sword intent was one of the hardest elemental sword intents to raise. Shi Feng wondered how Yi Chen had managed to raise his destruction sword intent to the 6th stage. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Chen had 3 great sword souls back then, which were the Slaughter Sword Soul, the Destruction Sword Soul, and the Immortal Sword Soul. After the Destruction Sword Soul devoured the Slaughter Sword Soul, its rank increased by leaps and bounds. Then the Immortal Sword Soul also reached the 5th rank, resonating with the Destruction Sword Soul and improving even faster. After the Destruction Sword Spirit leveled up from the peak of the 5th step to the 6th step, the Immortal Sword Spirit also improved greatly. From the initial stage of the 5th step to the late stage of the 5th step, it had increased by 2 small levels. This was the effect of resonance. Unfortunately, resonance required the 2 sword souls to be of the same rank. For a long time to come, sword soul resonance wouldn't happen unless the Immortal Sword Soul was upgraded to the 6th rank. Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King were both solitary kings who liked to be free and unfettered. Therefore, they could become brothers of different races. Although Yi Chen didn't speak much, the two could feel Yi Chen's righteous sword Dao and elegant temperament. They couldn't help but praise him in their hearts and wanted to befriend him. Yi Chen, after leaving Bloodlight Ocean, if you have time, you can come to my Monkey Island as a guest. My supreme grade monkey wine. You can drink as much as you want. I, Iron Monkey King, will not even frown. Iron Monkey King said, Supreme grade monkey wine. Yi Chen found this name very familiar. Yi Chen, you can't let go of such an opportunity. Supreme grade monkey wine. 1 cup can increase one's cultivation base by 1 month. Moreover, it's very delicious and unforgettable. Usually when I visit, he won't dare to let me drink as much as I want. Yi Chen didn't know, but Anika Spear King was very clear that the supreme grade monkey wine was his life. Although Anika Spear King often went to freeload, and Iron Monkey King was very generous each time, he wouldn't drink as much as he wanted. After all, the materials needed to make this wine were too precious, and the brewing process was also very difficult. 1 jar would take Iron Monkey King at least a year to brew. All right, definitely. I'm just afraid that you'll close your door and refuse guests. Yi Chen's face was full of smiles. A cup of monkey wine could increase one's cultivation base by 1 month. No matter what, he had to be a guest. How could that be? It's fine even if I drink it all. Iron Monkey King glared at him. Yi Chen and Anika Spear King both laughed. Oh, right, Yi Chen. Iron Monkey King and I are preparing to leave. What about you? The Anika Spear King and the Iron Monkey King worked together to obtain some low-tier blood demon crystals. Originally, they wanted to continue and obtain more low-tier blood demon crystals. but the appearance of a mid-tier blood demon king had greatly exhausted them. "I'll leave in a few days." With the destruction sword intent, Yi Chun was destined to obtain blood demon crystals more easily than others. That's right, you have the destruction sword intent. As long as you don't encounter a peak mid-level or high-level blood demon king, you'll be fine. However, it's best not to stay for too long. Your destruction sword intent can restrain blood demon kings, but it won't be as effective against hetero blood demon kings. Anika's Spear King reminded, "Yi Chen will be cautious." Yi Chen naturally knew that Bloodlight Ocean wasn't a safe place. However, he had yet to venture too deep into it. The closer he got to the core region, the greater the danger. Correspondingly, the chances of blood crystal flowers appearing would also increase. "Then we'll take our leave first. If you want to find us in the future, come to Monkey Island or Cloud Locking Island." Definitely. After Anika's Spear King and Iron Monkey King left, Yi Chen didn't stay either. He prepared to find a place to refine the mid-level blood demon crystal. After searching for a long time, Yi Chen still couldn't find a suitable place. Thus, he returned to the cave where he recovered Zhen Yuan. Blocking the cave, Yi Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the cave. Buzz! The storage ring flickered, and the mid-level blood demon crystal was taken out. Compared to the low-level blood demon crystal, the luster of the mid-level blood demon crystal was even more magnificent. If the low-level blood demon crystal was an extremely precious crystal, then the mid-level blood demon crystal was a blood-red diamond. Yi Chen could sense the extremely pure life energy contained within the mid-level blood demon crystal. It was precisely this life energy that could upgrade one's spirit body. At the later stages of the spirit body, it would also reflect one's life level. Refining blood demon crystal was different from refining other things. One had to cut open a wound and let the crystal come into contact with one's blood before refining it. Creak! His palm automatically split open, and Yi Chen pressed the mid-level blood demon crystal inside. So numb. The refining of the mid-level blood demon crystal had already begun. Yi Chen felt as if ants were crawling all over his flesh and bones, numb and tingling. Refining the low-level blood demon crystal doesn't have much of a feeling, but the mid-level blood demon crystal is indeed different. Yi Chen wasn't startled, but rather delighted. Gradually, the numbness turned into pain, which then turned into colic. It was as if his body was covered in sulfuric acid that was eroding his flesh and bones. Sweat gushed out of his body like a spring, and veins bulged on Yi Chen's forehead. Creak! A black substance seeped through his pores and covered Yi Chen's body, emitting a faint fishy smell. However, this situation only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, a surging temperature spread out, incinerating all the black substance, including Yi Chen's clothes. In the end, Yi Chen was only left with the bronze armor. Multitasking, Yi Chen took off the bronze armor. It became naked. In his palm, the mid-level blood demon crystal had been mostly refined, and only the size of a fingernail remained. Refine all of it. Gritting his teeth, the blood in his palm wrapped around the fingernail-sized mid-grade blood demon crystal and dragged it in. Whoosh! Whoosh! After an unknown amount of time, an extremely powerful life fluctuation spread out from Yi Chen's body. Inside the cave, there were electric currents flashing. Although they weren't bright, they were real. At the same time, a special magnetic field was formed around Yi Chen. This was a life magnetic field formed when a life was strong to a certain extent. 2 hours, 2 hours, 12 hours, 1 day. The mid-level blood demon crystal had been completely refined, but the breakthrough was not over yet. Yi Chen was pushing his life force to advance to the fifth-order spirit body. Another day had passed. The life magnetic field emitted by Yi Chen was even stronger, comparable to a fifth-order spirit body. However, it wasn't as stable as a fifth-order spirit body, and the field was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The next day, bang, his powerful life magnetic field swept up all the tiny substances in the cave, and the flickering electric currents continued to swim around. Right then, he was like a very small star. His body contained a magnetic field, and anyone who approached him would be affected by it. Only powerful existences with the same rank 5 spirit body would be able to remain unscathed. Fifth order spirit body done. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered like swords. There was a huge difference between a fifth order spirit body and a fourth order spirit body. At the fifth order, one's life magnetic field could already be seen, which was equivalent to a life form evolving to a higher level. A fourth-order spirit body is the standard of a life and death king, while a fifth-order spirit body is the average. Now that I've reached this level, the gap is shrinking. As his strength increased, Yi Chen's enemies also became higher-level existences. Any improvement was precious. Fifth-order spirit body held great significance for Yi Chen. First of all, his body's defense had become higher. Coupled with the undying body, Poison Fire King and the rest would find it hard to deal with him. If he ran into someone with a spirit consciousness body, they wouldn't be able to injure him too severely. He would only need 10% of his Zhenyuan to circulate the undying body to recover. In other words, a fifth-order spirit body made it harder for Yi Chen to get injured, and it also allowed him to conserve Zhenyuan. His battle prowess had increased by a whole level. Apart from this, a fifth-order spirit body possessed an extremely powerful recovery ability. It was like a star that could slowly recover after being destroyed. This was the power brought about by a powerful life magnetic field. Creak! Yi Chen lightly clenched his fist, causing the cavern to tremble. His entire body seemed like a volcano. After cultivating the undying body to the limb rebirth realm, the dragon power has already strengthened the body. However, the combination of Zhenyuan and cells increases the explosive power by dozens of times. Cultivating Zhenyuan and cultivating the body would separate in the later stages. When cultivating Zhenyuan, the cells would combine with Zhenyuan, increasing the body's explosive power and making it not weak in close combat. Of course, compared to cultivating the body, it was far inferior. When cultivating the body, the strength was born from the cells, and the explosive power was more than 10 times that of the former. In short, body refining kings were close combat monsters. Chapter 889. My spirit body has already broken through to the 5th step, almost at the early 5th step. If I get another blood crystal flower, my spirit body will at most reach the peak of the mid-5th step. Should I still take the risk to look for it? In the outskirts of Bloodlight Ocean, the chances of a blood crystal flower appearing was very small, and mid-level blood demon kings were not easy to run into. Moreover, the core of Bloodlight Ocean was too dangerous. Blood demon kings no longer appeared alone, but in groups. Even if Yi Chen had the destruction sword intent, he would still have to flee if he met a group of low-level blood demon kings. If he was unlucky, he would encounter a group of mid-level blood demon kings, or 2 or 3 high-level blood demon kings. In normal circumstances, even peak kings would not be willing to venture into the core of Bloodlight Ocean. After all, not everyone was like Yi Chen, who had the destruction intent that could restrain blood demons. One-on-one, they would not be able to kill a blood demon king of the same level. Moreover, according to the legends, there was a blood demon emperor in the core of Bloodlight Ocean, an existence that even titled monarchs feared. Forget it, the outskirts of Bloodlight Ocean are very big, and there is still some distance to the core. I'll go a bit deeper and try my luck. Yi Chen would not enter the core, but he did not want to give up. In the endless void, a dot of sword light pierced through the air and headed toward the Blood Sky continent. A little guy actually upgraded a sword artist's art to a heaven-grade art. Moreover, the special ability he obtained is the sword domain, which is even rarer than the sword body. That's good too. If his sword Dao talent is monstrous, then he doesn't need the supreme grade sword. But if his reputation is undeserved, then don't blame me. Copper Sword King was not an idiot. He knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. If Yi Qin had great potential and had the hope of becoming a peak-level king or even a titled monarch, then it would be best not to offend him. Although he, Copper Sword King, also had a heaven-grade cultivation technique with the special ability of bronze sword body, he could only dominate mid-level kings. Even if he obtained a supreme grade artifact sword, he could only contend against high-level kings. Although a supreme grade artifact sword would allow him to explore more dangerous forbidden zones and obtain better treasures to increase his strength, if his comprehension was not extraordinary, his achievements would be limited. After all, treasures could not increase one's profounds. In this aspect, one would have to rely on oneself. In fact, all in all, Copper Sword King's desire for a supreme grade artifact sword was the manifestation of a sword artist's monstrous talent. However, Copper Sword King longed for a supreme grade artifact sword too much, so he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, and even the power of space was sliced apart. In terms of speed, even high-level kings might not be a match for Copper Sword King. At this moment, Yi Qin already had the intention to retreat. The closer he got to the core of Bloodlight Ocean, the greater the danger he would encounter. At this moment, Yi Qin encountered a danger. The danger didn't come from a Blood Devil King, but a hetero Blood Devil King. What appeared in front of him was a golden lion that was 3 to 4 meters long. This golden lion was no different from Shi Xiaobao's main body, just a dozen times smaller. The golden lion was shrouded in a blood-red aura, and its lantern-sized eyes were also blood-red. There was no radiance in them, only bloodthirstiness and brutality. Golden Lion King. Yi Qin slowly spat out a word. The golden lion in front of him was clearly a demonic beast king of the Golden Lion clan. It was probably invaded by the chaotic will of Bloodlight Ocean and transformed into a hetero Blood Devil King. Roar! Raising its head and roaring, the golden lion pounced at Yi Qin. Seal! The space distorted and condensed into a purple mirror. Pum! The Golden Lion King's physical body was extremely powerful. It was also a 5th step spirit body, but Yi Qin's 5th step spirit body was clearly weaker than the Golden Lion King's. The purple mirror shattered into thousands of pieces, leaving only a few hundred shallow wounds on the Golden Lion King's body. Before the blood could flow out, it had already been absorbed. Opening its bloody mouth, the Golden Lion King spat out a dazzling golden radiance at Yi Qin. Too powerful. Yi Qin could still put up a fight against an ordinary mid-step hetero Blood Devil King, but Yi Qin didn't think he was an opponent for the Golden Lion King. The Sky Scorpio sword fiercely slashed out, an incomparably condensed sword energy, along with frightening death ripples, slashed at the golden radiance. Immediately, a dazzling golden radiance exploded, engulfing the heaven and earth. Yi Qin was blown away, spurting out a large amount of blood. Run! Borrowing the shockwave, Yi Qin quickly fled. Releasing his sword domain, his speed became even faster. With a few flickers, Yi Qin disappeared into the horizon. The Golden Lion King was obstructed by the shockwave and couldn't catch up. 10,000 li away, Yi Qin slowed down his speed. My strength has already reached a limit. Unless my profound makes a breakthrough, it's impossible for my strength to increase greatly. After leaving Bloodlight Ocean, I can start comprehending Life Tao. Life Tao was much more difficult to comprehend than Death Tao. In most cases, one would comprehend Death Tao first and then Life Tao. After all, increasing one's strength first was more important. Without stopping, Yi Qin arrived at the exit of Bloodlight Ocean. Glancing back, Yi Qin smiled bitterly. This trip was for the Blood Crystal Flower. Who would have thought that, by a freak combination of factors, my destruction sword intent would first break through to the 6th step expelling the variant star fire poison. Then, I didn't get the blood crystal flower, but a mid-step blood demon crystal, raising my spirit body to the 5th step. The world is unpredictable. Who knows what will happen in the future? Coming out with Yi Qin was a life and death king. However, this life and death king was in a sorry state. His body was as thin as a match, and his aura was extremely weak. Clearly, he had suffered a serious injury. Even the undying body couldn't fully recover from it. Truly strange, seeing that Yi Chen was only at the peak of the 3rd layer, yet he was able to come out safely. This life and death king was stunned. Leaving Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Chen turned into a sword light and shot toward Eternal Sky Sect. I'm almost at Eternal Sky Sect. I heard that Eternal Sky Sect has a titled monarch protecting it. Therefore, it hasn't been destroyed for hundreds of years. I wonder if it's true? In the void millions of li away from Eternal Sky Sect, Copper Sword King hesitated. I'm only going to witness that kid's potential. I'm not looking for trouble. I should be fine. Copper Sword King inwardly said, just as he was about to continue on his way. Copper Sword King's soul power suddenly sensed a figure. The figure was heading in the same direction as him. It's him. A joyous expression appeared on Copper Sword King's face. As far as he was concerned, not going to Eternal Sky Sect was the best outcome. Turning around, Copper Sword King flew for a few breaths before waving his hand. The spatial barrier split open, and his entire body shot out like a sword light. Far in the distance, a figure was flying over. What's the matter, Senior? Yi Qin stopped and sized up Copper Sword King. You're Yi Qin. Copper Sword King was also sizing up Yi Qin. If Senior is not mistaken, then it's me. Yi Qin nodded. I heard you have a supreme grade sword. I wonder if you can take it out and let me have a look. Copper Sword King went straight to the point, not beating around the bush. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Yi Qin said, Senior, are you here for Yi Chen's sword? Right. Then Senior will be disappointed. Yi Qin will not hand over the sword. Copper Sword King's sword chi was exceptionally powerful, even several times stronger than that masked man. Yi Chen was absolutely not his opponent. However, since the other party wanted to snatch his Sky Scorpio sword, he couldn't let him have his way. Therefore, he could only ask for Yuan Emperor's image first. With the strength of Yuan Emperor's image, dealing with Copper Sword King shouldn't require much Xin Yuan. I didn't ask you to hand it over. Do you think I'll let you do that with my strength? Copper Sword King slightly shook his head and continued. How about this? I'll suppress my cultivation base to about the same level as you. As long as you can take 3 of my sword strikes, I'll immediately turn around and leave. If you can't, I'll have to borrow your supreme grade sword for 3 months. Copper Sword King's words left Yi Qin somewhat astonished. He had thought that the other party had come to snatch his sword, but it turned out to be to borrow it. Although he might not be trustworthy, in Yi Chen's opinion, it was somewhat believable. With the other party's strength, there was no need for him to deceive him. If he really wanted to snatch the sword, he could just snatch it by force. My apologies, but Junior can't take 3 moves from Senior. Suppressing one's cultivation base was only suppressing the quantity of Xin Yuan. In terms of purity, it was still much higher than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of this. He also had the destruction sword intent. However, powerful life and death kings all had powerful, profound martial skills. For example, the masked man's thunder and fire profound martial skills were frighteningly powerful. He believed that Copper Sword King wouldn't be weak. Hee, you're quite meticulous. Copper Sword King smiled. These 3 sword strikes of mine are ordinary moves. If you feel that it's unfair, you can change your mind. Is Senior serious? This time, Yi Chen was even more astonished. Of course. All right, then Junior will take 3 sword strikes from Senior. Yi Chen agreed. You're indeed courageous. I hope your strength is as formidable as your courage." As he spoke, Copper Sword King's gaze turned extremely sharp. His entire being seemed like a peerless sword. First sword. Copper Sword King's figure suddenly moved as he pushed his speed to the limit. Any faster, and he would have disappeared into the void. Chi. Copper Sword King's sword slashed at Yi Chen. The cyan sword light seemed ordinary, but it carried a soul-shaking aura. It was as if this sword could even destroy one's soul. As Copper Sword King said, he had already suppressed his cultivation base. The Zhen Yuan contained in this sword strike was more or less the same as Yi Chen's. Only the Zhen Yuan was extremely pure and couldn't be suppressed. Leaving behind a pitch-black sword scar in the air, it was as swift as a swan. Sword domain. Facing Copper Sword King's ordinary sword strike, Yi Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He had a feeling that this sword strike was extraordinary. It contained the mysteries of Sword Dao, somewhat similar to Battle King's platinum sword body. Sure enough, it can't change the trajectory of his sword by a large margin. The appearance of Sword Domain had only slightly deviated Copper Sword King's sword light. If left unchecked, Yi Chen would definitely be hit. Clang! Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen's sword collided with Copper Sword King's longsword. Blazing sparks flew everywhere. Copper Sword King retreated. Good. Your sword domain has actually reached the peak of the first layer. You're not far from the second layer. Copper Sword King applauded. Chapter 890. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Chen retreated dozens of steps. His hand holding the evil, vanquishing sword was numb, and a trace of blood flowed down. Copper Sword King's sword was extremely powerful, and the sword energy was condensed to an extreme degree. It was as if the power contained in this sword was a whole entity and didn't need to be condensed or dispersed. On the other hand, no matter how condensed Yi Chen's sword energy was, in the end a level lower. Sword Yuan. Yi Chen finally understood why Copper Sword King's sword was somewhat similar to Battle King's platinum sword body. It turned out that Copper Sword King also had a sword body, and the Zhen Yuan cultivated by a sword body was also called Sword Yuan. Sword Yuan was like Sword Light, except that other sword artists could only activate Sword Light, while sword bodies could store Sword Light and then display it. Once it was condensed, one would be able to imagine how powerful it would be. In terms of foundation, sword bodies were a level higher. Of course, when a sword body encountered sword domain, it would still be slightly restrained. If not for sword domain, Yi Chen wouldn't have been pushed back dozens of steps. He would have definitely vomited blood. I thought it was only the first layer of sword domain. I didn't expect it to be the peak of the first layer. Although the gap between the first layer and the peak of the first layer didn't seem that big, Copper Sword King was very clear that if it was only the first layer, it wouldn't have been able to distort his sword's trajectory and deflect it. Take my second sword. Copper Sword King's figure leaped up and the long sword in his hand trembled. Hundreds of sword flowers enveloped Yi Chen's body. Each flower carried a spiraling power, and with the help of Sword Yuan, its might was astonishing. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly as he pushed sword domain to the limit, trying his best to distort the original trajectory of the sword flowers. At the same time, the evil vanquishing sword slashed out hundreds of times. Ordinary sword skills naturally couldn't block these spiraling sword flowers. Therefore, Yi Chen used vibration sword arts. Although Yi Chen hadn't studied vibration sword arts since the life and death secret realm closed, his body had long since become familiar with the power of vibration. Adding on the fact that his spirit body had already broken through to the fifth step, the vibration power was like a breeze to Yi Chen. Ding ding dang dang. A rain of light exploded around Yi Chen. The collision of the vibrating force and the spiraling force caused the trajectory of the light rain to be strange and soul-stirring. Vibration power. Copper Sword King squinted his eyes. In his memory, the demonic blade sect's demonic blade arts walked the path of vibration power. In the hands of the demonic blade king, the might of the demonic blade arts was even more terrifying. With one slash, a king of the same realm would definitely be injured, or their weapon would be sent flying. Unless one's strength was a level higher than him, they wouldn't be his opponent. Amazing! Take my third strike. This strike is also an ordinary sword technique. However, unlike ordinary sword techniques, you'll definitely not be able to distort the trajectory of the strike unless you've attained level 2 sword domain. Being unable to deal with Yi Chen with 2 sword moves, Copper Sword King felt a little embarrassed. With the third sword move, he had to suppress Yi Chen no matter what. Borrowing the sword or not was secondary. All right, I also have a sword move. Let's see if Senior can break it. Copper Sword King was a life and death king, and his attack speed far surpassed any sword artist under life and death realm. Adding the fact that he was using an ordinary sword move, his speed was even faster. This left Yi Chen with no time to use Congealing Water and Bewitching Mirror Shattering. He could only use the inferior vibrating sword arts. Fortunately, ever since he created the vibrating sword arts, he had gained some insights. Based on Lan Sanmei's demonic chop, he had created a killer move. This killer move's preparation time was very short, and it was all about speed. Spiraling Flying Flower Sword. Spiraling Flying Flower Sword was originally a profound sword move. However, Copper Sword King had said that he wouldn't use a killer move, so he temporarily changed it into an ordinary sword move. It only contained a unique sword energy, and no profound. The moment the sword appeared, the space twisted, and numerous spiraling cracks appeared in the space. With Yi Chen's sword rule at the peak of the first layer of sword domain, it was indeed hard for him to twist the trajectory, unless the opponent was in existence on the same level as him. The evil shattering sword had long since been replaced by the Sky Scorpio sword. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen held his breath and slashed out the moment Copper Sword King's sword arrived. Sky-cutting sword. A dazzling golden light dyed the space, and the vibrating power instantly reached a peak that Yi Chen couldn't reach under normal circumstances. Kalala, the complete spiraling sword energy and vibrating sword energy collided, and the space shattered like glass. The shattered arc-shaped sword chi and intermittent vibrating sword chi shot toward the two. By relying on sword domain, Yi Chen was unscathed and easily distorted the arc-shaped sword chi. Meanwhile, Copper Sword King's protective sword yuan was also ridiculously powerful, easily deflecting the vibrating sword chi. On the third move, both sides were evenly matched. Of course, Yi Chen had the advantage of the Sky Scorpio sword. This kid is truly frightening. Retracting his sword and retreating, Copper Sword King gravely sized up Yi Chen. The spiraling flying flower sword was actually between an ordinary sword move and an ultimate move. He originally thought that this move would be enough to defeat Yi Chen, but he didn't expect the opponent to also have such a frightening move. The vibrating power it contained reached a peak in a split second, making his palm somewhat numb. What a frightening, spiraling sword energy. Yi Chen also admired Copper Sword King quite a bit. Although each sword flower of Copper Sword King's second sword also contained a spiraling power, it wasn't much. It walked the path of winning through quantity. However, the spiraling power of the third sword was more than 10 times stronger. It even faintly produced a centripetal force, allowing the body to scatter, but not the spirit. If not for the Sky Scorpio sword, this move would have disintegrated the muscles of his right arm. In the void, an extremely secretive soul power seeped out. How is this possible? He really didn't die? A spatial power curled around his body, causing the masked man to cry out in surprise. His Thunder Fire Force Sky was his most powerful ace attack. The 4 layers of palm power stacked together was something that even he did not dare to take head-on. Although the stacking would inevitably cause some damage, it was still not something a kid at the peak of the third level of life and death challenge could handle. This made him very confused and angry. Lord is right. This kid's threat is too great. He can't be allowed to enter life and death realm. Otherwise, he'll be an existence comparable to Battle King and Xianhou. No, he might be even more frightening. Quietly retracting his soul power, the masked man prepared to leave. Who's there? Copper Sword King roared and thrust his sword. The spiraling sword energy pierced through the spatial barrier, containing wind profound and metal profound. It was more than 10 times stronger than the third sword, and instantly arrived before the masked man. Puff! The masked man's head was pierced, and his soul power scattered. Consciousness projection? Copper Sword King's eyes squinted. He didn't care about killing the masked man in one strike. Ordinary mid-step kings rarely could block his sword. This was the killing power of his sword yuan. Chapter 891. In the end, Yi Chen's soul power couldn't compare to Copper Sword King's, so he asked, "Senior, who is it?" "It's a consciousness projection with a mask on its face." Copper Sword King smiled bitterly in his heart. His consciousness projection already had the strength of a mid-step king, so his real body was most likely a high-step king. Moreover, he could only be considered a tyrant among mid-step kings, barely able to contend against ordinary high-step kings. The masked man. An image flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Could he be here to see if I'm dead or not? The masked man had no enmity with him, but he wanted him dead. It was obvious that he was specifically targeting him. He could feel an invisible net gradually closing in on him. It was indescribably dangerous. "Kid, you've offended quite a lot of people." Copper Sword King turned his head with a gloomy expression. He was sure that the masked man wasn't targeting him. Since it wasn't targeting him, it was obviously targeting Yi Chen. He didn't expect to offend a high-step king for no reason. It would be strange if he wasn't gloomy. Actually, I don't know who he is. How could Yi Chen know that he was being targeted by otherworldly experts? Moreover, he didn't know that Battle King and Xianhou were killed by these people. Forget it. Perhaps I shouldn't have come. Copper Sword King shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts, and continued. I said that if you can take 3 of my swords, I won't make things difficult for you. Now that I've done that, I'll keep my word. Many thanks, Senior. For Yi Chen, it was best not to use the image of Yuan Emperor. This was his life-saving trump card, dispelling the thought of supreme-grade swords. Copper Sword King became interested in Yi Chen. As far as I know, in the entire Elysium, there are only 5 people with sword domain, and 4 of them are in my sky, sword continent. Only you aren't from there. TSK. Do you know what the highest level of sword domain is? No. Yi Chen shook his head. 3 levels. Copper Sword King said, the sword domain has a total of 9 layers, but the sword domain is much harder to improve than the spirit body and will. With every layer, the laws of the sword will become several times stronger. If your sword domain reaches the peak of the 2nd layer, then even if I go all out, I might not be able to defeat you easily. At the 3rd layer, as long as your true yuan doesn't run out, then I won't be able to do anything to you. Of course, your strength is still low, so I can't do anything to you, and you can't defeat me either. Copper Sword King possessed sword yuan, so his offense and defense were several times stronger than other kings of the same rank. He could contend against ordinary high-level kings for a while. Of course, if Yi Chen had to choose between 2 opponents, and one was an ordinary high-level king, and the other was Copper Sword King, Yi Chen would rather choose an ordinary high-level king. At the very least, the opponent's defense wouldn't be too excessive. On the other hand, if he chose Copper Sword King, he might not be able to injure him even after exhausting his Zhen Yuan, let alone defeat him. Sky Sword Continent gathers the sword chi of the world, and it even has a strange space sword world. If you have the opportunity, you can go there. It'll be of great, help to your sword Tao. Of course, you'd better raise your cultivation base to life and death realm. I can restrain my thoughts of seizing supreme grade swords, but others might not be able to. Dragon kings don't have long lifespans, and this is something everyone knows. Since he had given up on the supreme grade sword, Copper Sword King decided to befriend Yi Qin. All right, I'll be leaving first. Copper Sword King didn't want to stay any longer. His figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Sword artists are mostly resolute, and Copper Sword King is no exception. Muttering to himself, Yi Chen turned around and flew in the direction of Eternal Sky Sect. The second appearance of the masked man added a trace of urgency to Yi Chen. With his current strength, he didn't have the confidence to safely escape from the assassination of a high-step king. More importantly, he didn't know if he had the time to summon Yuan Emperor's image or not. This was because high-step kings either didn't make a move, or if they did, it would be a fatal blow. Comprehending the life Tao is the most pressing matter. On Eternal Sky Sect's Elder Peak, Yi Chen let out a long sigh. Suddenly Yi Chen raised his head. Your senses are quite sharp. Spatial ripples appeared in the secret chamber, and a white-haired old man walked out. Senior Dragon King. A trace of astonishment flickered on Yi Chen's face as he stepped forward and saluted sincerely. Dragon King had a benevolent smile on his face as he said, "Every time I see you, I can see you advancing by leaps and bounds. This is truly great. I didn't expect to see two powerful juniors grow so quickly before I die." Senior Dragon King, since you can surpass the limit of lifespan, you should be able to extend your lifespan, right? There are indeed methods to extend lifespan, but now is not the time. Moreover, it's practically a dead end. Dragon King's expression turned grave. Dead end? Yi Chen had a bad premonition. It's useless to tell you this now. You'll know in the future. I came this time to understand your progress and also to bid farewell. Senior wants to challenge that dead end. With Yi Chen's intelligence, he immediately guessed. Everyone dies one day. Being able to die a few years later than others is already heaven's kindness. Dragon King didn't want to linger on this topic, so he said, I can see that you've already comprehended Death Tao. Now, as long as you comprehend Life Tao and verify them, you'll be able to enter Life and Death Realm. However, Life Tao is the most difficult to comprehend. Back then, Yen Girl comprehended Death Tao at the age of 31 and Life Tao at the age of 34. She only entered Life and Death Realm after a year. I have no doubts about your comprehension, but I must warn you that you mustn't be anxious while comprehending Life Tao. The more anxious you are, the further away you will be from Life Tao. You must wholeheartedly immerse yourself in comprehending Life Tao. Sense the existence of nature. Sense the vitality of myriad things. Sense the ordinary things that you normally don't pay attention to, and comprehend the cruelty and darkness of life. Therefore, the reason why many geniuses fail to enter Life and Death Realm is because they walk too far on this path. Senior Dragon King, I believe that I will comprehend Life Tao very soon. Yi Chen was different from others. He had already experienced true life and death once. His arrival was in fact obtaining life from death. Of course, it was impossible for him to comprehend Life Tao immediately. What he comprehended was only his own life, and not the lives of myriad things. However, with this as a breakthrough, his starting point was higher than others. That's for the best. Dragon King didn't doubt that Yi Chen's words were meant to reassure him. After dozens of years of observation, both he and Xianhou were very clear about Yi Chen's temperament. To be honest, Yi Chen was very frightening. He had never seen such a frightening youngster before. Many people knew their own weaknesses, but they couldn't avoid them. On the other hand, Yi Chen could always reflect on himself and improve himself. Sometimes, Dragon King even felt that he and Yi Chen weren't people of the same world. It was a very strange feeling. Senior, Can't you wait for me to enter life and death realm before attempting the path of death? Yi Qin didn't wish for Dragon King to die. There were certainly many secrets in this world that he didn't know. It's too late. If I don't do it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Dragon King shook his head with a bitter smile. After I leave, I'll leave that girl Su Jing to you. Of course. This is my first time coming to Eternal Sky Sect. Little Li was also a sword Dao genius back in the day. Unfortunately, he died early and couldn't bring out his full potential. Otherworldly people have always been the cancer of my Elysium. Since ancient times, countless people have died in their hands. Right? I wonder who is guarding Eternal Sky Sect. Perhaps I know him. As he spoke, Dragon King suddenly released his soul power, spreading it out in all directions. What a hidden soul power! I can only sense a trace of fluctuation. If Dragon King wasn't right in front of him, Yi Qin might not have been able to sense the fluctuation of Dragon King's soul power. The reason he could sense it now was because he was mentally prepared. Dragon King's brows creased as he suddenly grabbed Yi Qin's shoulder. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the space reversed, and Yi Qin and Dragon King appeared in the middle of the mountain range behind Eternal Sky Sect. Yi Qin felt a little dizzy, but he quickly steadied his mind. Senior, what's wrong? There's something strange. There's an extremely mysterious formation below. However, this formation seems to have been slightly damaged, causing its aura to leak out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Formation? Yi Qin recalled that he had fought with Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King here. Could that battle have caused the geographical environment to change, exposing this formation? Of course, his soul power wasn't as strong as Dragon King's, so he didn't discover it. Come, let's go down. Dragon King's body glowed with an earthy yellow radiance, like an earth escape technique. He brought Yi Qin down quickly. Along the way, Yi Qin almost couldn't feel the existence of the space. The Dragon King stopped when he reached a depth of 30 to 40,000 meters. Whoa! He stretched out his palm, and the earthy yellow radiance spread out. The soil in front of Dragon King was automatically pushed aside, forming a huge underground space. In the middle of the underground space, there was an earth ball. The diameter of the earth ball was about 30 meters, perfectly round without a trace of imperfection. A weak formation ripple was transmitted from it. It's the Fire King's spirit permeating formation. The so-called spirit permeating formation was to prevent soul power from detecting it. When soul power scanned over, it would directly ignore this area, treating it as ordinary soil. Who is Fire King? Dragon King said, when I was young, I had met Fire King a few times. However, he disappeared afterward. If the protector of Eternal Sky Sect is him, then he must have been crowned as an emperor. It wouldn't be wrong to call him Fire Emperor. However, I remember that he was about 70 or 80 years older than me. Fire Emperor is dead. Yi Qin looked at the earth ball. Dead or not, we'll know once we break this spirit permeating formation. Dragon King closed his eyes, and his soul power seeped into the earth ball, carefully sensing the pattern of the spirit permeating formation. After a long time, Dragon King opened his eyes. How brilliant! Fortunately, this formation is damaged. It seems that the energy to maintain it is insufficient. Otherwise, I might not be able to break it. Hualala! Dragon King's soul power shook, and the earth ball collapsed, revealing a purple light ball. In the middle of the light ball, there was a figure sitting cross-legged with his head lowered. Chapter 892. It's indeed Fire King. No, it's Fire Emperor. The Dragon King sighed and said, for hundreds of years, I ignored the affairs of the world and hid my tracks, all so that I could devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation and improve my combat power. Unfortunately, in the end, it was all for naught. To think that Senior Fire Emperor is already dead. Yi Qin had always been curious about the monarch protecting Eternal Sky Sect. Today he saw him, but it was just a dead man. If this news were to spread out, Eternal Sky Sect would definitely be on the verge of collapse and might be destroyed in an instant. After all, the only reason Eternal Sky Sect could survive was because of Fire Emperor's deterrence to the outside world. Senior Dragon King. What level has Senior Fire Emperor reached? Yi Qin asked. The Dragon King said, back then when I met him, he was already the strongest person under titled monarchs. With his talent and perception that far surpassed mine, ordinary titled monarchs would not be his opponent. He is already very close to being able to leave his mark on the Emperor's scar steel. Moreover, I heard that in order to preserve the Eternal Sky Sect, the Fire Emperor had once revealed a trump card. It was this trump card that made the entire Blood Sky continent not dare to touch the Eternal Sky Sect, not even titled monarchs. Revealing a supreme move to intimidate the entire Blood Sky continent? Right, Senior Battle King had once met an old man who could condense a sun-like fireball. The fireball contained the profound of fire, water, and earth. Moreover, the three profound were already at perfection. Even if they were not completely fused, it was still very terrifying and could easily destroy a large star. Could that old man be Fire Emperor? Yi Qin had some ideas. Come, let's go in. Fire Emperor should have left some information. Dragon King stepped into the purple light ball, and Yi Qin followed behind. The purple light ball was like nothing, and the two walked in without any obstruction. In their line of sight, Fire Emperor's head was lowered, his face was pale, and his eyes were closed. There was not a trace of vitality in his body. However, the passage of time did not leave any marks on his body. His flesh was still full, without any signs of loosening. The aura he emitted even made it hard for Yi Qin to breathe. The energy has not dissipated, and his body still contains an extremely powerful might. Do not resist or counterattack, or his body will explode, destroying anyone who approaches. Dragon King reminded Yi Qin. Yes, Yi Qin nodded, not daring to do anything inappropriate. In front of the Fire Emperor were 3 jade slips. The Dragon King picked up the first jade slip and said softly, "It's a voice recording jade slip." As he poured his true essence into it, a vigorous and slightly aged voice sounded out. Do the heavens really want to destroy my Elysium and let those otherworldly people do whatever they want? When will my Elysium truly belong to us, free from the otherworldly oppression, and free to come and go as we please? Unfortunately, I can't wait for that day. Fated One, I have nothing good to give you. In the storage ring, there are many supreme grade materials and millions of supreme grade spirit stones. The 2 jade slips contain my 2 top-grade profound martial skills, Sunlight Sky and Merciless Water and Fire. Comprehend them well. I really hope that you can break through the otherworldly oppression and become the first person in my Elysium since ancient times. One day, you can avenge the blood feud of my Elysium. Perhaps this is an extravagant hope, but hope is better than despair. That's all. I'm tired. The voice gradually weakened. Yi Qin and the Dragon King remained silent for a long time. The Fire Emperor's voice was filled with unwillingness, both for himself and for the common people of Elysium. This kind of deep unwillingness made his tone extremely infectious. Yi Qin and the Dragon King felt as if they were there, stifling a mouthful of anger in their hearts. 6-star battle strength. Hee. Even 6-star battle strength can't break through. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape either. But my time is up and I have no choice but to go. The Dragon King said in a low voice. Yi Qin asked again, Senior Dragon King, what star battle strength do you have? From the Fire Emperor's words, it wasn't hard for Yi Qin to guess that the so-called star battle strength was used to evaluate the strength of life and death kings. I have 5-star battle strength. At present, apart from a few hidden old monsters, the highest is 5-star battle strength, such as Su King, Air Emperor, and me. Of course, 5-star battle strength also varies. Su King and the rest have already reached the high level of 5-star battle strength, and I'm a bit lacking. Little Yin Girl has also almost reached this level. Su King and Air Emperor have 5-star battle strength. Yi Chen's brows creased. In that case, low-level kings should have 1-star battle strength, mid-level kings should have 2-star battle strength, high-level kings should have 3-star battle strength, peak kings should have 4-star battle strength, and titled emperors should have 5-star battle strength. Senior Dragon King was the strongest among peak kings, having broken through 4-star battle strength and reached 5-star battle strength. Senior Suanho was also the same. If Senior Yuan Emperor didn't die, he should be stronger than Senior Fire Emperor, at least 7-star battle strength. Yi Chen guessed inwardly. Dragon King's next words confirmed Yi Chen's conjecture. To leave a mark on the Emperor's scar steel, 7-star battle strength is the bottom line. However, this kind of person hasn't appeared in several tens of thousands of years. Even 6-star battle strength is rare. I've lived for more than 1,000 years, and as far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 6-star battle strength. Fire Emperor is one, and Sky Marshal Region's undying old ancestor is another. As for the third, I'm not too sure. However, Elysium cannot be without titled monarchs. Therefore, the standard for titled monarchs has dropped to 5-star battle strength. Because I rarely reveal my true strength, I haven't been titled monarch. Of course, this is meaningless to me. Dragon King continued to explain. Senior Dragon King, Senior Fire Emperor said to charge through the path of death? Yi Chen couldn't help but be curious. Nodding, Dragon King said yes. Since ancient times, have many people tried to charge through this path of death? Seeing Yi Chen asking so many questions, Dragon King knew that if he didn't reveal a bit, it would only make Yi Chen have more distracting thoughts. To charge through the path of death, one has to have at least 5-star battle strength. However, this was the ancient era. After that, the path of death became a true path of death. You should know some of the records of the 4 extreme Great Emperor. He once charged through the path of death. Unfortunately, he failed and even suffered from irrecoverable injuries. Even the 4 extreme Great Emperor failed. Yi Chen couldn't help sucking in a deep breath. The 4 extreme Great Emperor was a titled monarch who left his mark on the Emperor's scar steel. His battle strength was at least at the 7-star rank. If even he failed, how could the Dragon King succeed? Don't worry, the path of death has fluctuations. Moreover, if one's luck is extremely good, even 5-star battle strength can pass through. Over 1,000 years ago, a titled monarch with 5-star battle strength passed through the path of death. Of course, it's also normal if one fails. In any case, even if I don't try, I'll still die. There's no hope, so I might as well try my luck. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He knew that the Dragon King had already made up his mind. If he didn't attempt it now, his chances would grow smaller and smaller. Before death, one's body would be in a very poor state. Although the Dragon King was a life and death king, and his condition couldn't be that bad, he would still be affected. Only in the final radiance of the setting sun would he be able to erupt with his peak battle strength. Unfortunately, that would be the time of his death. I'll leave Fire Emperor's storage ring and top-grade profound martial skills for you. Although you cultivate sword Dao and research sword moves, you can use Fire Emperor's profound martial skills to perfect your own sword arts. If your sword arts can reach Fire Emperor's level, you'll have peak 5-star battle strength at the very least. The Dragon King waved his hand, and the storage ring on Fire Emperor's finger fell off, along with the 2 jade strips on the ground, into Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen didn't decline. He knew that these things were useless to the Dragon King. In a moment, I'll rearrange this place and conceal the aura of this place. Remember, don't tell anyone about Fire Emperor's death. Not even Eternal Sky Sex people. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Before you reach life and death realm, you can only be careful. Yi Chen understands. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't reveal the news of Fire Emperor's death. The two walked out of the purple light sphere. The Dragon King formed a seal with both hands, and an astonishing earthen yellow radiance covered the purple light sphere. Soon, the purple light sphere was once again covered by the earthen sphere. Not a single trace of aura leaked out. Even when Yi Chen used his soul power to probe, he couldn't find anything inside. His soul power directly passed through. Go, let's go. After arranging everything, the Dragon King grabbed Yi Chen and teleported to the secret chamber where Yi Chen was previously staying. Letting out a breath, the Dragon King instructed one last time. Once the news of my death spreads, Dragon God's celestial palace will be in grave danger. Little girl Yan's strength is weak, and she won't be able to protect Dragon God's celestial palace. However, I've already arranged the true elites of Dragon God Celestial Palace into a secret realm. Little girl Su Jing is also there. When you hear the news of Dragon God Celestial Palace's destruction, don't be impulsive. As long as you're alive, everything can be restarted. Yi Chen didn't speak. He could only feel his blood boiling and burning. This is the Dragon Pearl for finding secret realms. It's better than yours. As for how to enter secret realms, there are detailed records inside. Spend some time, and you should be able to learn it. The Dragon King took out a golden dragon pearl from his storage ring and handed it over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen could sense the aura of a giant dragon contained within the golden dragon ball, which was very similar to the aura emitted by Su Jing. The moment he held the golden dragon ball in his hand, he seemed to have a connection with some place. However, this connection was very vague, and it was hard for him to find it with his current cultivation. I'm leaving. I'll leave everything to you. The Dragon King raised his head, his gaze piercing through the secret chamber and landing on the boundless starry sky. Senior Dragon King, take care. Yi Chen cupped his fists and bowed. Buzz! The next moment, the Dragon King's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the boundless starry sky. A white light flickered as the Dragon King flew toward the depths of the starry sky. Raising his head and straightening his body, Yi Chen took a few deep breaths. My strength is still too weak. Senior Dragon King doesn't even tell me some secrets, fearing that I'll take risks and affect my comprehension of life Tao. Chapter 893. The 2 jade slips left behind by the Fire Emperor contained top-grade profound martial arts. Even the Void Emperor and Space Emperor might not be able to research such a level of martial arts because it was too difficult to fuse several kinds of profound together. Even if they could be fused, they would need to create a profound enough martial arts framework. Both were indispensable. Yi Chen didn't plan to learn these 2 peak, profound martial skills at the moment. It wasn't that he didn't fancy them, nor did he think he couldn't learn them. Rather, he didn't want to be distracted. The most important thing for him at the moment was to comprehend the life Tao, then verify the death Tao and life Tao, and enter life and death realm. The moment he entered life and death realm, he would be able to enter the state of being one with the heavens at all times. Comprehending anything would be several times faster, perhaps even 10 times faster. However, when I enter life and death realm, I'll need peak 3-star battle strength. Otherwise, I'll be lacking. Peak 3-star battle strength was equivalent to peak high-step kings, second only to peak kings. At present, Yi Chen was more or less an ordinary mid-step king, far from this level. A slightly stronger high-step king could kill him in one move, and a powerful high-step king could easily kill him from hundreds or even thousands of li away, not to mention peak kings. It could be said that the further one went, the greater the disparity between levels would become. This was because it was no longer a disparity in cultivation base, but a disparity in battle strength. 1 was 1 and 2 was 2. Even Yi Chen couldn't defeat a 3-star battle strength expert with 2-star battle strength. If he could, then Yi Chen wouldn't just be a 2-star battle strength expert, but a 3-star battle strength expert. Gao Ziyuan, this sword is for you. In Supreme Elder's palace, Yi Chen took out the 100 Eras sword. With a shake of his hand, the sword stabbed into the ground beside Gao Wan, overflowing with sword qi. Supreme Elder. Gao Ziyuan revealed a hesitant expression. He could see that this sword contained an extremely powerful immortal power, even stronger than his immortal sword intent. As far as he was concerned, this sword was no weaker than a pseudo-supreme grade sword. You've already become a half-step king. How can you not have a good sword? It had been half a year since Yi Chen had arrived at the school. During this time, because of Yi Chen, the school's development was not bad. The number of disciples had doubled. However, there were only a few who could be considered as the core of the school. Gao Ziyuan did not disappoint and had successfully become a half-step king half a month ago. A genius half-step king was different from an ordinary half-step king, but their weapons had to be up to par. Yi Chen did have a semi-supreme grade sword in his storage ring, but it was not as good as the 100 Eras sword. The immortal sword intent contained within the 100 Eras sword was extremely compatible with Gao Ziyuan. In his hands, the 100 Eras sword was just an ordinary pseudo-supreme grade sword. Thank you, Grand Elder. Gao Ziyuan bowed in gratitude. All right, I'll be leaving Eternal Sky Sect for a period of time. It might be 1 year or 2 years. During this period, Eternal Sky Sect will be relying on you to protect it. With you and Elder Lu, Eternal Sky Sect should not be bullied. Elder Lu's dementia was actually caused by a blood clot in his head. As time passed and Yi Chen gave him precious pellets, he had gradually recovered. With Elder Lu and Gao Ziyuan, unless someone wanted to invade Eternal Sky Sect, there should be no problem. Don't worry, Great Elder. Ziyuan will protect Eternal Sky Sect. Even when Eternal Sky Sect was in a difficult situation, Gao Ziyuan could persevere, let alone now. On the second day, Yi Chen left Eternal Sky Sect. To comprehend the life Dao, one had to walk more and see more. Rumble. Above the surging ocean, black clouds covered the sky. A powerful whirlwind swept up the seawater, forming water pillars that connected the sky and the earth. Silver lightning snakes shot through the sky. Occasionally, some of them would entangle together, forming a thick lightning dragon. The frightening electricity even numbed the air. Under the black clouds, a silhouette was flying. Nature also has its own unique life. When it's not angry, it's calm and tranquil. But once it's angry, the winds and clouds change, filling the sky with killing intent. Lightning snakes struck Yi Chen's body from time to time, dispersing. The water pillars that connected the sky and the earth wanted to pull Yi Chen over. In such a vile environment, even an astral-reaching expert would have to be careful. The storms of the endless ocean couldn't be compared to the storms of the continent. Of course, for Yi Chen, it was nothing more than a tickle. The range of the storm was limited. After flying for several tens of thousands of li, Yi Chen left the storm zone. The sky turned sunny again. Compared to the black storm zone behind him, it was like heaven and hell. A rainbow hung in the sky. Yi Chen faintly seemed to have comprehended something, but it also seemed to be nothing. My comprehension is still not enough. Yi Chen continued his journey. That giant whale most likely can't beat the sea snake. On the endless ocean, battles were taking place all the time. Territorial disputes between sea beasts could be seen everywhere. In Yi Chen's vision, a 9th-grade giant whale and a 9th-grade sea snake were fighting. The billows they raised were not inferior to a small storm. The seawater surged for 1,000 meters. The sky was sometimes clear, and sometimes dark clouds covered the sky. Sometimes gales blew chaotically, and sometimes lightning snakes struck. In the chaotic whirlpool, the island-like giant whale and the several thousand meters long sea snake were entangled. If an ordinary person saw this scene, Their legs would probably tremble in fear. In the end, the sea snake bit the giant whale, and its poison entered the giant whale's body through its teeth. The giant whale gradually stopped struggling, its vitality completely gone. Nature is cruel. It's natural selection, survival of the fittest. Although Yi Chen had known about this before, he had rarely calmed down and tried to understand the meaning behind it. It was like there were some things that everyone could understand and say, but those who could truly understand the deeper meaning behind it were few and far between. Nature had a cruel side, but it also had a gentle side. Along the way, Yi Chen passed by a lot of islands. The islands were covered in lush greenery, and people lived peacefully. Farmers farmed, fishermen went out to sea to catch fish, and women took care of their children, doing housework. Yi Chen saw sincere smiles on their faces. Sometimes Yi Chen would live on the islands for a while, farming, fishing, playing with children, chatting with some elders, listening to their stories when they were young, as well as their understanding of life. Gradually, stubble started to grow on Yi Chen's face, which was getting thicker and thicker. However, his handsome appearance was enough to make a lot of girls fall head over heels for him. "The pirates are here! The pirates are here!" The fishermen ran down from the boat and shouted mournfully. Yi Chen looked over. On the ocean, dozens of fully armed battleships were approaching. The flags of these battleships all had white skulls as the background. There were martial artists on the island as well, but the most powerful ones were only at the clasping yuan realm, and there were only a few of them. Most of them were at the mortal realm. This was just an ordinary island. "Ha! Kill all the men and bring back the pretty girls." On the leading battleship, a one-eyed man laughed arrogantly. The pirates behind him also laughed, their gazes vicious. This kind of ordinary life island was completely worthless to them. They could only vent their desires on some beautiful women and then throw them into the sea to feed the fish. This wasn't the first time they had done such a thing. "Young man, I know you're a powerful martial artist, but there are too many of them. You'd better run." The old man who often chatted with Yi Chen urged Yi Chen. "Don't worry, old man. It's just some pirates." A cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Although he was comprehending the Tao of life, which had both a beautiful and dark side, he was comprehending life and death, not ignoring it. Leaping up, Yi Chen pulled out the evil vanquishing sword and slashed at the ocean. The frightening sword light was thousands of meters long, cutting a deep ravine in the ocean. Even the bottom of the ocean could be seen as it smashed forward with an irresistible force. "Ah, it's a top expert. Run." Before the pirates even got close to the island, they were already scared out of their wits, desperately turning their ships around. Swoosh! All the battleships were cut open, and the pirates within the sword light's attack range were directly turned into ashes. The surrounding pirates were also affected by the sword wind and turned into blood mist. One sword and they were all dead. Rumble! The seawater poured in, filling up the cut open by the sword light. On the island, everyone was dumbfounded. "So he's a top expert. I thought he was just an ordinary wandering martial artist." Some of the girls were sad. This kind of Yi Chen, they were not good enough for him. The pirates were destroyed, but Yi Chen understood that he could help for a while, but not forever. To survive in this world, he had to be powerful enough. There was a young genius on the island with a clasping yuan cultivation base. Seeing how powerful Yi Chen was, he sincerely came to take him as his master. Yi Chen taught him for a few days and left him some resources before leaving. After he left, the young man might die at the hands of the pirates, or he might become a world-shaking expert. Who knew the future? Yi Chen had only given him a hope of becoming an expert. In the boundless starry sky, there was a place that was dark and unfathomable. Bang! 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 In the depths of the chaos, light flickered, and a frightening aura filled the starry sky. Ah! In the next moment, a loud cry was heard, and a blood mist was struck out of the chaos, sprinkling on a small star nearby. The star, trembled slightly, and blood flowed out. Humph! A mere 5-star battle strength dares to barge into this place? Truly reckless. A voice came from the depths of the chaos. 1,000 years ago, a 5-star battle strength expert sneaked out while we weren't paying attention. Perhaps they thought they could get out with good luck. That kind of thing only happens once in 10,000 times. With us guarding this place, not a single person from Elysium will be able to get out. Of course. But next time someone comes, let me take action. I haven't taken action in a long time, and the time for my rotation is almost here. Chapter 894. Rest assured, there will be plenty of opportunities. Once a great battle breaks out, someone will definitely escape. At that time, I won't fight with you. These words of yours are enough. Unfortunately, this is not our world. If we force our way in, we'll suffer a fundamental injury. Otherwise, we could also go in and slaughter and plunder the resources without restraint. With our strength, who could stop us? No rush. Countless years have passed, and Elysium is getting weaker and weaker. We're not far from success. Let's hope that day comes soon. The voices grew weaker and weaker until there was nothing left. On the nearby stars, blood was flowing everywhere. Some places had deep holes in them. It was hard to imagine how the blood could still have such power even after crossing such a long distance. Kacha! A mound of earth suddenly bulged up on the surface of the star. The mound split open, and a figure drilled out. The dead end is indeed a dead end. Dragon King is also dead. 3,000 years of cultivation turned into blood splattering everywhere. The people of this world are simply too powerful. Unless those titled monarchs of my Elysium who can leave their marks on the Emperor's scar steel come back to life, there's no way of crossing the dead end. The blood doesn't have the slightest bit of vitality? Impossible. A blood sphere floated in the figure's hand. The blood sphere didn't have the slightest trace of vitality. How was it blood? It was more like a red liquid. Dragon King was the one with the highest cultivation base among the human kings of Elysium. He had naturally reached the realm of blood rebirth. Although the difference in strength was too great, blood rebirth would be useless. The opponent could completely extinguish any vitality in the blood. But no matter what, it would at least leave behind some vitality. Creasing his brows, the figure pondered hard. On the boundless ocean, the number of pirates was innumerable. The smaller pirate groups only had a few hundred people, and the highest cultivation base was only at astral reaching realm. The bigger pirate groups had more than 10,000 people, some even reaching several tens of thousands. They had Sea of Soul realm experts, and even Sea of Soul masters overseeing them. Wherever they went, countless people would be slaughtered and countless islands would become barren. Facing pirates, Yichin only had one word for them, and that was to kill. Along the way, Yichin didn't know how many people he had killed. Perhaps it was hundreds of thousands. Perhaps it was over 1 million. Life was cruel, and now he was the embodiment of cruelty against pirates. Death is unchanging, like a pool of stagnant water. Life is ever-changing. It can blossom like fireworks, rumble like cannon fire, sprout like grass, or be cruel like purgatory. Life is an unknown. No one knows where it will lead or where it will lead. Because it is ever-changing, I don't have to limit myself to passive comprehension. I want to actively approach the origin of life. If a life and death king were here, they would be astonished by Yi Chen's comprehension of life Tao. If death was static, then life was moving. Static things would never change, but moving things would always change. It was precisely because of the existence of life that there were so many changes in the world. There were so many civilizations. Life could be said to be the true essence of a complete world. All sorts of signs indicated that Yi Chen wasn't far from comprehending life Tao, and he didn't spend much time on it. On a small island covered in pure white snow, Yi Chen stopped slaughtering and returned to his original state. Life was not just a beautiful bloom. There would always be a time when a thin stream would flow for a long time. Alone on the small island, Yi Chen's heart was strangely tranquil, like an ancient well without any ripples. His heart was like a clear mirror, and everything that had happened before flashed through his heart like a clear mirror. On the lakeside, Yi Chen built a small wooden hut. At this moment, the snow had melted, welcoming spring. The withered grass by the lakeside began to sprout, growing a little bit every day. Every day there would be a change. Winter has passed, and all living things have recovered. A light flickered in Yi Chen's heart as if he had grasped something. Day after day passed, and the snow-covered island turned into a green world, full of vitality. Life bloomed here, not changing because of the changes in the outside world. So that's how it is. No matter how many changes life has, its ultimate goal is to prove its existence. Be it slaughter, cruelty, darkness, gentleness, or beauty, it's all just a process. It's only a path leading to the origin of life. Life is the true essence of existence. Bang! As if a thunderbolt had flashed through his mind, Yi Chen suddenly felt enlightened. He took a deep breath, and the air was incomparably fragrant. At this moment, Yi Chen had finally comprehended life Tao. As soon as he comprehended life Tao, the life and death aura emanating from Yi Chen's body also underwent a huge change. Originally, the death aura was suppressing the life aura, but now the two auras were on par. However, compared to ordinary peak third-layer life and death chamber experts, Yi Chen's life and death aura was more than twice as powerful. All that was left was a kick to the door of life and death realm. Since Yi Chen's life Tao had just been formed, the life and death aura uncontrollably leaked out. Wherever it touched, flowers bloomed and withered, and plants that flourished to the extreme gradually withered. It was quite similar to the scene in life and death's secret realm, but not as mysterious and profound. Break. Without genuine or profound, Yi Chen lightly pressed his palm on a boulder by the lakeside. Puff! The boulder turned into dust, and dust fluttered in the air. After comprehending death Tao and life Tao, even if Yi Chen's realm didn't increase, his battle strength had increased by a level. That palm just now contained both the corrosion of death aura and the eruption of life aura. Life Tao has been formed. Next, I'll have to verify death Tao and life Tao to enter life and death realm. Life Tao was hard to comprehend, but the verification of death Tao and life Tao was a bit easier. Of course, this required time and couldn't be accomplished in one go. While Yi Chen was comprehending the life Tao, countless people were searching for his traces. All of them were clad in blood-red robes, and their expressions were grim. Lord, I can't find him here. Lord, I can't find his trace. Lord, someone here has seen him, but he has left, heading north. The masked man was holding a conch, from which a voice could be heard from time to time. Damn it, I must find him as soon as possible. The masked man's body was solid, and his aura was powerful. It was clearly his main body and not a consciousness projection. After learning that Yi Chen had left Eternal Sky Sect and Blood Sky Continent, the masked man personally chased after him, accompanied by 4 life and death kings. Each of them had more than 1,000 blood-robed guards under their command. These blood-robed guards were all candidates for the Blood Sea's 50 pirates. Of course, some of them were still in the nurturing stage, and the resources they consumed could even bring down a 5th-grade sect. Moreover, these people were destined not to live for long. Each of them was overdrafting their life force to stimulate their potential. Chapter 895. Death and life are only one cycle. I've known this for a long time. How to find the common point between them and link them together should be the secret to breaking through to life and death realm. Now that he had completed both death Tao and life Tao, what Yi Chen needed to do was to link them together and form a whole. At the lakeside, Yi Chen's left hand was filled with death qi, while his right hand blossomed with life qi. As his two hands approached each other, the death chi and life chi canceled each other out, giving birth to a vague ripple. This is the ripple. After thousands of confirmations, Yi Qin finally sensed this ripple. This ripple had neither life nor death, connecting life and death. Not far from the wooden house, a huge red wolf was lying on its stomach. Its head was filled with eyes, but most of them were closed. The ones that weren't were only opened by a sliver. It was this sliver that allowed its dark green eyes to leak out. The surroundings became grotesque because of this gaze. Butterflies flew upside down. Grass grew into towering trees, and ants turned into demons. The illusory and the real were sewn together because of its gaze. Compared to a few years ago, the current dream-eating wolf was even more powerful. Its body was also emitting a faint life and death chi, and its red fur was flickering with a deep killing intent. These days, it had been observing how Yi Qin verified life and death, and it had benefited a lot. Master is too powerful. If I follow him, I'm afraid I'll become a beast king within 10 years, or even shorter. When it was subdued by Yi Qin, the dream-eating wolf was already a 10th grade demonic beast. After swallowing a wind fire pellet, the dream-eating wolf had been in a state of hibernation. Later on, Yi Qin gave it a frighteningly high-quality, supreme grade demonic power crystal, allowing it to become a half-step beast king without any obstructions. Moreover, the energy consumed by the demonic power crystal was almost negligible. Right now, watching Yi Qin verify life and death, the dream-eating wolf had also stepped into the first layer of life and death chamber. Its battle power and dreamscape creation ability had increased by more than 10-folds. Even ordinary life and death kings would be somewhat affected. Why aren't you verifying it? Dream-eating wolf raised his head slightly and looked at Yi Qin in surprise. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Qin said calmly, "Someone is approaching. He's an enemy, not a friend." Roar! Hearing this, the dream-eating wolf stood up, raised its head, and growled. The fur on its body stood straight, and its body seemed to have swelled up. It was extremely ferocious. In this world, there were countless secret techniques. Some focused on offense, some focused on defense, and some were purely auxiliary secret techniques. After being brainwashed by otherworldly experts, the blood-robed guards were all extremely loyal. Therefore, they were bestowed with a probing secret technique similar to the heavenly vision and earthly hearing great art. This secret technique didn't belong to Elysium, but was called the soul-searching great art. The soul-searching great art could restrain soul power and spread it out in a fan shape. Moreover, its range was 100 times greater than normal. An ordinary sea of soul realm experts' range was 100 li, but the soul-searching great art could allow one's range to reach 10,000 li. Of course, it was only in a fan shape and couldn't cover all directions. However, it was already very frightening. Apart from this, the soul-searching great art had another extremely frightening aspect, which was that it could lock onto living things. There was no need to probe inch by inch, and it could save a lot of soul power. Relying on the soul-searching great art, a group of blood-robed guards discovered Yi Qin from 9,000 li away. "Lord, the target has been discovered. It's the same as the portrait." A blood-robed guard, who seemed to be a captain, raised a small conch and spoke into it. "What? Found him? But he's very far from here. Bloodblade King, you're the closest. You go first. Remember, even if you can't defeat him, you have to tie him down. Give me half an hour. Once I'm there, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings." The masked man was overjoyed. Among the 30 blood-robed guards, there would be a captain equipped with a locating stone. Relying on the sensing of the stone, the masked man could easily determine the distance between the two and immediately order Bloodblade King, who was the closest, to intercept Yi Qin. "Don't worry, he can't escape. My blade thirsts for the blood of peerless geniuses." Blood Blade King was a blood-haired, middle-aged man. He licked his lips and grinned. Puff! Space ruptured as Blood Blade King fled in the direction of the captain. Soon, Blood Blade King arrived at his destination. Where is he? Blood Blade King opened his mouth and asked. The captain pointed ahead and said, he's on that island. Not good, he's leaving. Leave? Where do you think he's going? A distance of 9,000 li was meaningless to Blood Blade King. Space ruptured, and when he reappeared, he was already on the island. He slashed at Yi Chen, who was about to fly away. Rumble! Blood-colored blade light enveloped the heaven and earth. The island brimming with vitality was cut in two, and seawater surged. He can be considered a well-known figure among mid-step kings. Dodging the blood-colored blade light, Yi Chen floated in the air. According to the might of Blood Blade King's strike, he judged that Blood Blade King's strength was twice that of the masked man's consciousness projection. If it were before, he would definitely not be his opponent. But now that might not be the case. Unsheathing the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen retaliated. This strike was too fast, and Blood Blade King only had time to raise his blade to block. Dang! A loud sound rang out as Blood Blade King's entire body was blown away. Blood splattered from his right arm that was holding the blade. His muscles disintegrated and terrifying cracks appeared on his bones. What? The might of this strike? Blood Blade King was astonished. As far as he knew, Yi Chen's battle strength was equivalent to an ordinary mid-step king. Since when did he become so powerful? It was 2 or 3 times stronger. While I was comprehending the Tao of life, although I didn't try to comprehend the profoundness, my water and space profoundness naturally improved a little. 90% completed water and metal profoundness perfectly balanced each other, and their power increased more than twofold. The congealing water sword art has also entered the ranks of high-rank, profoundness sword arts. Yi Chen sneered. High-grade, profound martial arts varied in strength and weakness. The weak ones had 2 profounds at 90% completion, while the strong ones had both profounds at large completion. For example, the masked man's lightning fire profound was one of the more powerful high-grade, profound martial arts. His lightning fire profounds were extremely close to large completion. Yi Chen had no hope against him, but against Blood Blade King, his advantage was obvious. After all, Yi Chen still had the 6th step destruction sword intent and the supreme grade sky Scorpio sword. This kid is troublesome. Let's tie him down first. Blood Blade King changed his strategy. He alone was not Yi Chen's opponent. This kid's improvement speed was simply unimaginable. If he didn't get rid of him today, he might not be able to do so even if he paid 10 times the price in the future. Trying to stall for time. Yi Chen didn't believe that there was only one life and death king chasing after him. There were certainly more powerful ones behind. If he didn't deal with Blood Blade King as soon as possible, he would be doomed. Fine, I'll use you to test my bewitching mirror shattering. With his water profound at 90% completion, Yi Chen's space profound had also reached 50%. 50% space profound was equivalent to 150% ordinary profounds. As for its might, even Yi Chen himself wasn't clear. He only knew that it had already surpassed congealing water sword art, becoming Yi Chen's strongest move once again. Die! With a deep roar, Yi Chen's entire body leaped up like a rock spreading its wings. With a few sudden thrusts, he arrived before Blood Blade King and slashed out. Buzz! The space condensed into a mirror, embedding itself in the void. Blood Blade King's eyes were wide open, unable to move. In the next moment, the mirror condensed from space power shattered into thousands of fragments. These fragments no longer flew in all directions, but revolved around Blood Blade King's body, as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts. Ah! Blood Blade King's body was riddled with holes. He didn't fear ordinary space power, but these spatial fragments were condensed from a large amount of compressed space power. Compressed water could even cut steel, not to mention space power. Protecting his head with all his might, his peak semi-supreme grade armor started to crack. From this, one could see how powerful the spatial fragments were. If it were an ordinary semi-supreme grade artifact, how could it possibly block them? Even so, Bloodblade King still suffered extremely frightening injuries. Life and Death Kings are indeed hard to kill, unless I can strike a vital point. Relying on sword domain, Yi Chen sealed the space around Bloodblade King, making it impossible for him to break through. Moreover, Yi Chen's speed had also reached the limit of the space. In an instant, he arrived before Bloodblade King and thrust. Congealing water sword art. Erupt. Clang. The blood blade in Bloodblade King's hand was sent flying. Sword light flickered, and Bloodblade King's had spun in the air. Puff! Yi Chen thrust again, shattering Bloodblade King's head. Go! After instantly killing Bloodblade King, Yi Chen collected Bloodblade King's blood blade and storage ring without the slightest hesitation, then immediately used his movement art and flew away. In a few breaths' time, Yi Chen had already flown 1,000 li away. Lord, not good! Bloodblade King was killed by the target, and he's escaping. He's about to escape from my perception. Several thousand li away, the captain of the blood-robed guard anxiously said to Conk, "What? Bloodblade King was killed? What's going on?" The masked man's face was full of disbelief. He was well aware of Bloodblade King's strength, which was at least twice as strong as his consciousness projection. Moreover, he had told the latter that if he couldn't beat the latter, he would choose to fight. Could it be that Bloodblade King was too careless? The Bloodstrike guard captain relayed what he sensed to the masked man. "Bastard! His progress is so fast. He must be eliminated. Lord is right. This kid's potential is rarely seen since ancient times. He's a huge threat." The masked man's face was gloomy. Only after hearing the captain's description did he realize how frightening Yi Chen was. This kind of progress was simply 1,000 li in a day. It should be known that ordinary people would not make any progress for several years after breaking through. Everyone listen up. Speed up the search. The masked man ordered loudly. Chapter 896. I refuse to believe that you won't die this time. The masked man was extremely confident in his strength. He was a high-step king with 3-star battle strength. Even if Yi Chen had improved greatly, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single palm strike from him. Even if Copper Sword King, who had destroyed his consciousness projection, came over, he was confident that he could deal with him within 3 palms. The gap between 2-star and 3-star battle strength was real, and not just for show. Of course, the premise was that he had to catch up to Yi Chen. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how powerful he was. Run! To the north of Blood Sky Continent is the boundless ocean. The further you are from the continent, the less people will be able to save you. Xianhou spent 3 years comprehending life Dao and 1 year to become a life and death king. No matter how talented you are, you'll still need 2 to 3 years. The masked man didn't believe that Yi Chen could break through to life and death realm in a short time. Iron Arm King, do you think this Yi Chen is so powerful? Although Bloodblade King is weaker than us, he at least had mid 2-star battle strength. How come he couldn't beat Yi Chen and was even killed? A fierce-looking man with a curly beard was conversing with another life and death king through a conch. Yi Chen is called the most frightening genius after Yuan Emperor by Lord, and it's not without reason. Even Xianhou is a bit weaker than him. Having this kind of battle strength is understandable. Moreover, think about it, he actually raised his destruction sword intent to the 6th step. How frightening is that? Beard King, you'd better not be careless if you meet him. Don't let your boat capsize and the gutter happen. Iron Arm King's arms were extremely thick, and his muscles seemed to be bursting with power. Beard King nodded. Right, sixth step destruction, sword intent. He hasn't entered life and death realm yet. If he enters life and death realm and develops for a few decades, he might even create a miracle and possess 7-star battle strength, comparable to the ancient people. Whether he can reach 7-star battle strength or not, I don't know. However, I'm certain that if he's allowed to grow, he'll reach 6-star battle strength for sure. Therefore, we must eliminate him to relieve Lord's worries. Iron Arm King's eyes turned cold. Of course, Beard King's eyes also turned cold. On another part of the ocean, a huge gray bird was flying at an extremely fast speed. Sometimes it would enter the void to travel, and sometimes it would break through space to probe with its sole power. The Lord said that whoever kills Yi Qin will be rewarded with a profoundness bead. A profoundness bead is a treasure even in the endless starry sky. It can help me comprehend profoundness faster and increase my battle prowess. This is a rare opportunity, and I can't give it to others. I have to kill Yi Qin myself. The gray bird was a demon king and was called the Gray Bird King. Speed had always been his advantage. As long as he received news of Yi Qin, he would immediately chase after him. This is where I first discovered Yi Qin. All right, with my speed, I'll be able to catch up soon. Back then, Bloody Blade Monarch had been the closest to Yi Qin, followed by Gray Bird Monarch. The Masked Man and Iron Arm Monarch were the furthest. Puff! With a flap of his wings, Gray Bird King instantly disappeared. In the depths of the void, there was no limit to one's speed, unlike the outside, where one couldn't increase their speed after reaching the limit of the space. Once they did, they would have to escape into the void. In the void, life and death kings were fine, since their Zhenyuan could completely resist the pressure of the space. However, for those below life and death realm, it would be very difficult to survive in the depths of the void. Even if they could survive, their Zhenyuan would be quickly exhausted, and the rate of consumption far surpassed life and death kings. Moreover, the omnipresent spatial power in the void could shrink the distance to an inch. A life and death king could traverse several tens of thousands of li in a single breath. After flying for several million li, Gray Bird King broke through the space barrier and rushed out. Great soul-searching art. His soul power spread out in a fan shape, covering hundreds of thousands of li, a total of 14 lives. Found it. It's him. Gray Bird King's eyes blossomed with a frightening light. I've been discovered. Yi Qin could feel an extremely faint soul power scanning his body. Opening the silver vertical eye on his forehead, Yi Qin turned his head. His soul eye was much more frightening than the great soul-searching art. In a straight line, it could cover 10 million li. Not only did he discover Gray Bird King, he also discovered Beard King. Gray Bird King was only a few 100,000 li away, while Beard King was 7 million li away. With the speed of life and death kings, the two were very close. Since I can't escape, I can only kill. I'll cut off that demonic Beast King first, then the one behind. Gray Bird King and Beard King's aura were a bit stronger than Blood Blade King's, but not by much. Perhaps they had some trump cards, but so did Yi Qin. Haha, die. A distance of several 100,000 li was nothing to Gray Bird King. In 10 breaths, he broke through the space barrier and blocked in front of Yi Qin. Bewitching mirror shattering. Just like how he dealt with Poison Hand King and Blood Hand King, Yi Qin took advantage of the fact that the other side didn't understand him and couldn't discover him. The space was compressed into a mirror, sealing Gray Bird King within. Pum! Puchi! 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 The mirror shattered, and the revolving spatial fragments slashed at Gray Bird King's body. Feathers and blood flew everywhere, and a conical spatial fragment even pierced through his abdomen. Gray Bird King screamed miserably, unable to raise his head. Flying feather demonic slaughter. Gray Bird King was, after all, a demonic beast king. Both his protective demonic energy and physical strength surpassed Bloodblade King's. The King Gray demonic energy within his body erupted as he used his innate ability. One after another, feathers shot out like 10,000 arrows. Each of them carried a frightening penetrative and cutting power, leaving pitch-black cracks in the space. Swish! As he threw out that sword attack, Yi Chen had already performed his sword steps, which allowed him to barely avoid the countless flying feather attacks. After a few flickers, Yi Chen arrived at Gray Bird King's left side and used congealing water. Gray Bird King raised his tattered left wing and welcomed the attack. Boom! With an explosion, Yi Chen was sent flying with blood flowing from his perlicue and his arm feeling numb. Gray Bird King didn't have it any better. The power of congealing water was transmitted as the core, and his left wing was pierced by the extremely condensed sword energy, injuring his internal organs. Damn it! Gray Bird King already knew that Yi Chen was powerful, but he was confident that he could suppress Yi Chen and slowly grind the latter to death with his dense, demonic energy. However, he didn't expect that because of one wrong move, he would be forced to passively counterattack. How could he be a match for Yi Chen? I'll let you be arrogant for a while. With your strength, you can injure me and make me lose my combat strength. As long as I can endure this period, I will be able to counterattack. Gray Bird King calmed down and circulated his undying body to heal his injured body. Seeing that Gray Bird King wasn't in a hurry to counterattack, Yi Chen knew what the latter was planning. The vertical eye on his forehead opened once more and shot out a thin silver beam of light at Gray Bird King. I've long been prepared for this move of yours. Gray Bird King knew from the masked man that Yi Chen's soul attack was extremely powerful. Moreover, his soul defense was also very strong. Therefore, he immediately reacted and used a soul defense secret art. However, he had underestimated the lethality of soul light. Even with the soul defense secret art protecting his soul sea, he still felt dizzy for a moment and lost control of his body. Demonic beasts had always been inferior to humans in terms of soul. If it was a human king using a soul defense secret art, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to do anything. Kill! With the soul light taking effect, Yi Chen charged over. On the Sky Scorpio sword, purple crystals covered its body. This was the sign of overloading the crystal's power. Pum! A rain of light sprinkled down as a huge hole appeared on Gray Bird King's chest. It was a wound that even limb regrowth realm couldn't repair. With one sword, Gray Bird King was gravely injured. This sword, how can it be so powerful? Spurting out mouthfuls of blood, Gray Bird King stared at the Sky Scorpio sword in Yi Chen's hand in horror. His protective demonic energy couldn't do much against this sword, shattering like a crystal. Run! Gray Bird King had never imagined that Yi Chen still had so many undiscovered secrets, such as a soul power comparable to king-grade soul power and a supreme-grade artifact, sword with explosive power. These two secrets were simply asking for his life. With a flap of his wings, Gray Bird King fled in a sorry state, leaving behind a rain of blood. Take another sword of mine. Yi Chen had also underestimated Gray Bird King's strength. He didn't think that he could keep Gray Bird King here, but making the latter lose most of his fighting strength was already his goal. Raising the Sky Scorpio sword, a purple sword light chased after Gray Bird King. Poochie! With his injuries, Gray Bird King's speed was clearly not as fast as usual. Adding the suppression of the sword domain, his speed was even slower, and the purple sword light slashed at his back. With a stagger, Gray Bird King miserably fled into the void. Merak Hammer Strike! The moment Gray Bird King fled into the void, a revolving hammer light tore through the air. The one who attacked was a burly man with a curly beard, his face filled with killing intent. A little troublesome. Yi Chun raised the Sky Scorpio sword horizontally, blocking the hammer light. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as Yi Chun was sent flying, spurting out a mouthful of blood. In fact, his battle strength was slightly weaker than Grey Bird King's. The reason why Grey Bird King fled miserably was because he didn't expect that Yi Chun would discover him first. Thus, he was caught unprepared and underestimated the power of the soul light, causing him to be stunned. Of course, the Sky Scorpio sword's contribution couldn't go unnoticed. Now, Beard King was attacking from the front, and Yi Chun had lost his advantage against Grey Bird King. Just so. Beard King was overjoyed. He thought that Yi Chun had 3 heads and 6 arms, but now it seemed that it wasn't that exaggerated. Power Hammer Strike. Holding the pitch-black sledgehammer with both hands, Beard King roared and sent another hammer strike at Yi Chun. The revolving hammer light covered the sky, blocking any path of escape for Yi Chun. Demonic Feather Strike. The most dangerous thing was that Grey Bird King didn't leave. Seeing that Beard King was suppressing Yi Chun, he rushed out and unleashed his innate ability at Yi Chun. Countless feathers also shot toward Yi Chun from all directions. Chapter 897. The 2 kings used their full strength to seal off any path of retreat for Yi Chun. Apart from forcefully blocking, there was no other way out. However, doing so would cripple him even if he didn't die. Die. Grey Bird King's injuries were very serious. After releasing this attack, his wound had been torn open, causing him to spurt out a huge mouthful of blood. However, compared to killing Yi Chun, this bit of injury wasn't much. I didn't think I'd have to use the Dragon Ball so soon. Facing the powerful attacks of Beard King and Grey Bird King, a golden Dragon Ball appeared in Yi Chun's left hand. He raised it high above his head, and the golden Dragon Ball emitted a dazzling radiance of supremacy. It was as if a small sun had descended in Yi Chun's hand. Roar! A resounding dragon roar shook the heaven and earth as the silhouette of a golden dragon shot out from the Dragon Ball and circled around Yi Chun's body. Crack! 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 Beard King's hammerlight and Grey Bird King's feathers were shattered one after another, unable to advance an inch further. What is this? Beard King was enraged. The pitch-black hammer in his hand swept out vertically, and in the blink of an eye, several hundred revolving hammerlights were shot out. However, this wasn't the end. After several hundred hammerlights, he leaped into the air and smashed the hammer down on Yi Chun's head. This hammer strike contained extreme power, exploding like a collapsing star. Pung! 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 The golden dragon silhouette was extremely powerful. Before Beard King's hammerlights could approach, they were swept away by the golden light. When Beard King's final attack landed, the golden dragon silhouette spiraled into the sky with Yi Chun at the center. The towering dragon horns on its head easily shattered Beard King's explosive hammerlights and sent the latter flying away. Wah! 2 holes appeared on Beard King's abdomen, almost shattering his spine. Although the golden dragon silhouette was illusory, the power it emitted was extremely solid and ferocious. In an instant, Beard King's mouth and nose spurted out blood, mixed with golden light. His face was deathly pale as he stared at the golden dragon silhouette in disbelief, not daring to make another move. The energy of the Dragon Balls is limited. They still need to be used to sense the existence of the arcane realm. Yi Chun didn't dare to wantonly use the Dragon Pearl's energy. The energy inside wasn't ordinary, but genuine giant dragon energy. It was even purer than Su Jing's incomplete giant dragon energy. However, Yi Chun couldn't control the giant dragon energy to launch long-range attacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded using it to kill Grey Bird King and Beard King. Go! With the golden dragon image protecting him, Yi Chun tore through space and entered the void. Not good, he's running away. Grey Bird King's injuries were too heavy, so he didn't dare to approach Yi Chun. Seeing Yi Chun break through space, He couldn't help but scream. Can he outrun us in the void? Beard King sneered and also disappeared into the void. In the void filled with spatial power, Gray Bird King and Beard King chased after Yi Qin from the left and right, not giving him a chance to escape. As long as the golden dragon image's energy was exhausted, or when the masked man arrived, he wouldn't be able to escape death. However, a shocking scene occurred. With the golden dragon image protecting him, Yi Chen's speed was inconceivably fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already traversed 60 to 70,000 li. He was much faster than them. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Beard King was anxious. The pitch-black hammer in his hand flew out, turning into a streak of light as it smashed towards Yi Qin. At this moment, he would rather give up his weapon than give Yi Qin a chance to escape. Silver Feather Rend. Gray Bird King also didn't want Yi Qin to escape. The few silver feathers on the back of his neck stood up and flew out at a speed even faster than Beard King's hammer. Puff! The golden dragon image was formed from dragon energy. How could they break through it? Apart from a slight sway, Yi Chen's speed increased instead of decreasing. After a while, the two finally lost track of Yi Qin. Damn it! Beard King stopped with an ashen face. This kid is not only powerful, but he also has many treasures. Killing him is easier said than done. Gray Bird King's body rolled and turned back into his human form. A bloody hole had appeared on his chest, and blood was slowly flowing out. The surface of the bloody hole was covered with strands of purple crystals, making it difficult for his injury to heal. We can't kill him, but pursuing Thunder King can. He's only 10 million li away from us now. Beard King's injuries weren't light either. The two bloody holes on his abdomen were dyed with a layer of golden light. If it wasn't for his undying body reaching the late stage of broken limb regrowth, this strike would have made him lose 90% of his combat power. My injuries are too heavy. If I don't treat them, it might affect my future cultivation base. You go first. I'll wait for pursuing Thunder King here. Gray Bird King had already given up on killing Yi Qin. With Yi Chen's strength and treasures, he would be the one to die in a one-on-one battle. All right. Beard King also knew that Gray Bird King's injuries were severe. After adjusting his breathing, his figure flickered and shot off. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could maintain such high speed. Only after consuming half of his dragon energy did Yi Chen stop. At this moment, he was already hundreds of millions of li away from Blood Sky Continent. Running away is not the way. I have to enter life and death realm as soon as possible. The dragon energy wasn't under Yi Chen's control. After activating the golden dragon ball, it could only protect his body or attack the approaching enemies. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't dare to use the remaining half of the dragon energy. This was an important tool for finding the secret realm of Dragon God, Celestial Palace, and opening it. Every bit of dragon energy he used meant a bit less. I've already sensed the similarities between Death Dao and Life Dao. Let's continue. Finding a small island with lush vegetation, Yi Chen released Dream Eating Wolf and wholeheartedly tried to verify Life and Death Dao. Roar! Dream Eating Wolf roared and crouched down. Not being able to help his master deal with the enemy left Dream Eating Wolf very unwilling. He wanted to increase his realm and reach the peak of the third layer as soon as possible. This way, even mid-step kings would be affected by his Dreamland ability. If he could become a Beast King, he would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with Yi Chen and deal with any enemy. Life and death, neither life nor death. Yi Chen made life and death chi collide with each other from time to time. At times they would collide slowly, and at other times they would collide at high speed. Gradually, the aftershocks produced by the collision produced a gray spherical chi cover. Inside the chi cover, life and death chi intertwined. Taiji! Yi Chen's eyes brightened. To comprehend life and death One only needed to find the connection between death Tao and life Tao, and then link them together. There was no need to comprehend them thoroughly, because it was impossible to comprehend them. At this moment, Yi Chen finally grasped the similarities between life and death. The mutual entanglement and pursuit of life and death formed a taiji, allowing him to see the veins. Good. In 3 to 5 days, I'll be able to reach life and death realm in 10 to 15 days. If it was before, the gate of life and death realm was vague to him, seemingly close but actually very far away. But now, the gate of life and death realm had turned from illusory to tangible. He could see and touch it, and it was incomparably clear. All he needed was a bit of force to open the gate. Just as Yi Chen was about to succeed in verifying life and death, Beard King was still chasing after Yi Chen's traces. Behind him, the masked man was also catching up. As for the blood-robed guards, they were already useless. Yi Chen's speed was too fast. By the time they caught up, who knew how long it would take? Of course, there was also the possibility that Yi Chen would turn around midway and escape to their rear. However, this possibility was very small. Once he was surrounded, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Beard King, Iron Arm King, Gray Bird King, and me, the 4 of us will split up. We'll definitely find him again. The masked man had already learned about Yi Chen from Gray Bird King. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could control the golden dragon image without limit, so he must have escaped to the front and hidden himself. That golden dragon silhouette must be some sort of treasure. However, it's still not enough to stop me. Once I kill him, that treasure will be mine. Increasing his speed, the masked man rapidly teleported in the void. Master is about to succeed. Roar! Dream-Eating Wolf's recent progress was not small. His realm had actually broken through from the first layer to the second layer. This was all thanks to Yi Chen's verification. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through so easily. Once Master breaks through, I should be able to openly appear in the outside world. Dream-Eating Wolf also knew that he was a rare commodity. If his master's strength was not enough, others would definitely come to fight for him. He was fed up with changing masters, so he hoped that his master would be as powerful as possible. Moreover, he could feel that Yi Chen was a world-shaking genius. Following him, his glory would be limitless. Perhaps one day, he would also be remembered by the later generations. He, Dream-Eating Wolf, had once followed a peerless expert and fought for countless years, becoming unparalleled under the heavens. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The life and death aura on Yi Chen's body had become increasingly powerful. Later on, it gradually blended together and became indistinguishable. In the surroundings of Yi Chen, the plants would wither and grow rapidly from time to time, similar to the scene in the life and death secret realm. On this day, Dream-Eating Wolf's ears twitched, and he suddenly stood up. Enemy. Dream-Eating Wolf was proficient in dream power, and his soul power was also extremely powerful. He could feel the space above the island rippling, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Haha, let's see where you can run this time. The masked man broke through the space and appeared in Dream-Eating Wolf's sight. Awoo! Dream-Eating Wolf roared, and the red fur on his body stood up. This was a sign of extreme danger, and the feeling the masked man gave him was incomparably frightening. All eyes opened, and Dream-Eating Wolf used his dream power, which spread toward the masked man. Overestimating yourself. The masked man completely ignored Dream-Eating Wolf's dream power and easily broke through it, reaching out to grab Dream-Eating Wolf. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and an incomparably huge black hole appeared in the sky. Inside the black hole, boundless energy was compressed together, crazily revolving, and eventually forming a super energy whirlpool. From the whirlpool, a black storm poured down. This is life and death calamity. The masked man turned pale with fright. Chapter 898. Breaking through from the astral reaching realm to the Sea of Souls realm was called the Mortal Transformation Pass. After shedding off the mortal body, one would no longer be immortal. Breaking through to the Life and Death realm would be the Life and Death Pass. Life and Death Tribulation was merely a general term. It included heavenly thunder tribulation, wind and fire tribulation, and Yuan spirit tribulation. Each tribulation had many variations depending on the individual. Once the Life and Death tribulation descended, a huge hole would be torn open in the third layer of Elysium, and the boundless energy of heaven and earth would bombard the challenger. The Black Storm was merely an appetizer. It wasn't the official tribulation yet. However, this appetizer wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. If it were any other ordinary challenger, they would find themselves in a difficult situation. This black storm was aimed at Yi Chen, a test from the heavens for Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's frightening talent, how could the might of the black storm be weak? Life and Death tribulation. He's actually starting the tribulation now. How long has it been? The masked man was both startled and furious. He knew how powerful Yi Chen was. Before breaking through, he could already kill Bloodblade King and gravely injure Grey Bird King. Once he broke through, how terrifying would he be? Perhaps even he wouldn't be able to take him down. I can't let him break through smoothly. A cold light flickered in the masked man's eyes. Come here. With the descent of the Life and Death tribulation, Yi Chen immediately stored the Dream-Eating Wolf in his beast token. Otherwise, with the Dream-Eating Wolf's cultivation base at the second layer, it would be annihilated by a single shockwave. Putting away the Dream-Eating Wolf, Yi Chen ignored the masked man and focused his gaze on the black storm. Huff, 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 huff. The black storm poured down in torrents, tearing numerous fine cracks in the space. These cracks extended unceasingly, eventually surrounding Yi Chen like a spider web. In the next moment, the black storm swept towards Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's eyesight, how could he not see that this black storm was incomparably sharp, as if it was composed of countless small black swords? Even a mountain or a city would be turned into dust by this black storm. Boom! The entire island was instantly swallowed up by the black storm. Yi Chen's figure could no longer be seen. After about 10 breaths of time, the black storm dissipated. When he looked again, there was no island left. The huge island had been completely destroyed. Not even a trace of it could be seen. It had been completely erased from the sea. What a terrifying storm! The protective Zhen Yuan outside of Yi Chen's body was flickering. It was a sign that the impact was too powerful, causing the Zhen Yuan to fluctuate. It should be known that after Yi Chen had leveled up his Green Lotus Sword spell to Heaven Realm, the quality of his Zhen Yuan was far beyond normal people. His Zhen Yuan circulation speed was also extremely fast. With the two added together, it made his protective Zhen Yuan several times stronger than warriors at the same level. Go to hell! The appetizer had just passed, and the first wave of Life and Death tribulations had yet to arrive. The masked man suddenly made his move, and it was an ultimate move. The splashing thunder and fire burst out toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen sneered and did not dodge. Boom! The sky suddenly lit up, and the whole world was filled with endless light. In almost 1,000th of a blink of an eye, 2 lightning-like thunderbolts struck down. One of them destroyed the masked man's attack, while the other landed on his protective Jin Yuan, not giving him any chance to dodge. Puff! A mouthful of burning blood spurted out, and the masked man was blown back miserably, his body scorched black. Attacking a person going through the tribulation will have to bear the wrath of the world's will. Yi Chen seemed to have known that he would be fine. Activating his undying body, the black scorched skin on the masked man's body disappeared, and he recovered to his normal state. His face was gloomy as he thought to himself, "Damn it, the worlds will indeed interfere. If I continue to attack without caring about anything, the worlds will send a life and death tribulation to me. Moreover, this life and death tribulation's power will be adjusted according to my strength. Even if I can pass it, my cultivation will be greatly damaged. In the past, although the masked man knew that attacking a person going through the tribulation would provoke the world's will, he had never tried it. This time, Yi Chen was right in front of him, so he decided to take the risk. Good. Life and death tribulation is not that easy to pass, especially the last Yuan spirit tribulation, which directly attacks the soul. The moment the life and death tribulation is over, I will kill you immediately. The masked man gave up on the idea of killing Yi Chen right now. He could not do it. Kacha! The black storm was the appetizer, and the heaven thunder tribulation was the main course. Huge thunderballs descended from the sky, smashing towards Yi Chen. These were not ordinary thunder and lightning, but the heaven thunder tribulation that had been strengthened by the world's will. Its power was unimaginable. Each thunderball had the destructive power to destroy a city. Die. Yi Chen floated in the sky, waving the evil-shattering sword in his hand dozens of times. Sword Qi shot up into the sky. Crackle! Thunderballs exploded one after another, filling the sky with electricity. Rumble! After the ball of lightning passed, there was a huge commotion in the world. A mountain-like city made of lightning slowly descended from the spinning black hole. A vast pressure swept out in all directions, and the seawater within 500 kilometers caved in by 100 kilometers. The seawater surged out in all directions, causing tsunamis to appear. The Thunder City was filled with 108 thunder dragons. In the center of the Thunder City, there was an even bigger thunder dragon. This thunder dragon's body was like a mountain, and its scales were bigger than a house. It had a pair of dragon horns that looked like two invincible spears that could pierce through the sky. Black, destructive thunder gathered on its horns. The Thunder City's appearance caused a doomsday atmosphere to ripple out for millions of li. The demonic beasts under the sea and the birds in the sky shivered in fear. What? The most powerful thunder tribulation. Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation. The masked man couldn't believe his eyes. This Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation didn't appear at all times. Only the most shocking geniuses would have this treatment. Without exaggeration, the appearance of this Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation indicated that Yi Chen had the chance to become an unparalleled expert, comparable to the ancients. This was because after Yuan Emperor, no one had ever encountered the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation. Even Xuanho's Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation was a grade lower. The grade of the life and death tribulation was equivalent to telling you the future achievements of the person undergoing the tribulation. Ordinary people who could enjoy the Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation were already peerless geniuses that appeared once in 1,000 years. But if they encountered the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation, their future achievements would be comparable to the ancients. In other words, Yi Chen had the chance to break the curse of Yuan Emperor and become the first titled monarch to leave a mark on the Emperor's scar stele after Yuan Emperor. Shock, anger. The masked man's heart was beating very fast. He originally thought that Yi Chen was a genius even more powerful than Xianhou, so he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. How could he have known that he had still underestimated Yi Chen's potential? Yi Chen's potential might be comparable to his since ancient times, but there was absolutely no one above him. If Lord knew that Yi Chen's potential was so great, he might have disregarded everything and personally come to kill him even if he had to face the possibility of being discovered. The masked man quickly thought. Yi Chen didn't have the time to guess what the masked man was thinking because his mind was currently completely focused on a Thunder City. This Thunder City was even more frightening than the Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation he had to undergo during the Mortal Transformation Pass. This kind of frightening was not only reflected in its might, because the same Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation was different from the Life and Death Pass. The will of heaven and earth and the condensation of energy were completely different. During the mortal transformation pass, the strongest thunder tribulation would be the Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation. But during the life and death pass, the strongest thunder tribulation would be the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation. The Thunder City slowly pressed down, and the depression of the sea water became deeper and deeper. From 100 li, it became 200 li, 300 li, 500 li. Within the perimeter of millions of li, tsunamis and floodwaters filled the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and a panic-stricken atmosphere spread out. Too powerful. Is he trying to challenge my limits? Yi Qin thought silently. Break. With the evil shattering sword in his hand, Yi Chen's spirit, chi, and soul had reached their peak. His tall and straight body went against the tide and chopped down on the wall of the Thunder City. Clang! Blazing sparks exploded hundreds of li away. A sword mark appeared on the Thunder City, and after a slight shake it continued to descend. A horrifying pressure acted on Yi Chen's body, causing Yi Chen's protective Jin Yuan to distort. Congealing water. Seeing that the first sword attack had failed, Yi Chen used his ace attack. The sword power exploded on the city gate, shattering it completely. The sword power roared in the air. Sword dragon art. Congealing water. Bewitching mirror shattering. Even his killing move couldn't do anything to the Thunder City. Yi Qin knew that this Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation wouldn't be easy to pass. He had to go all out and bring out his battle power to the limit. The Sword Snake art required the defensive sword art to reach the level of 33 simultaneous swords, while the Sword Dragon art required 42 simultaneous swords. Above Yi Chen's head, a dazzling semi-extreme grade sword split into 42. The 42 sword shadows combined together and turned into a majestic sword dragon, attacking toward the Thunder City. At the same time, Yi Chen used the evil shattering sword in his left hand and the Sky Scorpio sword in his right, respectively using his killing moves, congealing water, and bewitching mirror shattering. At this very moment, Yi Chen had completely burst out, doing 3 things at once. Boom! 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 After suffering 3 killing moves, the Thunder City finally lost its balance and started to sway. Again, Yi Qin used another 3 killing moves. Clang! The Thunder City was overturned, and the city walls were in tatters. More than half of the 108 Thunder Dragons had been destroyed, and the remaining half had dimmed a lot. Break for me! Yi Qin roared. Sword Dragon art, congealing water, and bewitching mirror shattering landed on the Thunder City for the 3rd time. The berserk energy ripple blasted the Thunder City into a black hole, causing it to dissipate rapidly. It actually blew away the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation. The masked man's eyes widened. Normally, the tribulation would succeed 99% of the time. No matter how powerful the tribulation was, since it had descended from the heavens, the probability of passing it was very high. However, it wouldn't be as easy as Yi Chen's. When he was going through his tribulation, he had to slowly whittle away the tribulation's power instead of facing it head-on. Roar! A majestic dragon roar rang out, and yet another city of lightning descended. The masked man almost vomited blood. What? There's more? Chapter 899. Life and Death Calamity consisted of Sky, Thunder Calamity, Wind Fire Calamity, and Yuan Spirit Calamity. Sky, Thunder Calamity targeted battle power, Wind Fire Calamity targeted will, and Yuan Spirit Calamity targeted soul. Therefore, even though it was only the first calamity, it was not weaker than the other 2 calamities. The first wave of Doomsday Dragon Palace Calamity had already shocked the masked man. Another wave was simply unimaginable. This wave was still the same Doomsday Dragon Palace Calamity, but its power was much greater and more frightening than the previous one. The 108 Thunder Dragons seemed to have come to life, their roars resounding and the dragon might spreading out. Boom! The thunder dragons shook their heads and wagged their tails, spitting out thunder light towards Yi Chen. The thunder light was as sharp as a heavenly blade, bright and dazzling, appearing in front of Yi Chen in just a flash. Waving the evil, shattering sword in his left hand, Yi Chen chopped out one thunderlight after another, while the Sky Scorpio sword in his right hand shot out a purple sword chi, bombarding the Thunder City, creating a sky full of sparks and purple light rain. Go! With the sword dragon art formed, Yi Chen chopped towards the unceasing thunder dragons with a single thought. As the thunder dragons were chopped apart, the attacks Yi Chen received became less and less. When all 108 thunder dragons disappeared, the Thunder City was already less than 100 li away from Yi Chen. The berserk pressure seemed to want to crush Yi Chen from the inside out, turning him into a meat paste. His protective Zhen Yuan flickered, twisting to the extreme. Go back for me. Crossing the two swords, Yi Chen's figure crashed into the Thunder City like a shooting star. With his fifth step spirit body, he dared to withstand the counterforce. Clang! Cracks appeared on the Thunder City, and Yi Chen also spurted out a mouthful of blood. Pum! 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 Again and again, Yi Chen forcefully pushed the Thunder City back into the black hole. However, the moment it was pushed back, the huge thunder dragon in the center of the Thunder City woke up. It raised its head and slightly opened its mouth, shooting out a vast thunderlight at Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan, blowing him away. His skin was charred black and his body was smoking. Yi Chen was struck into the sea. When he emerged from the sea, Yi Chen's pupils shrank. Above his head was a huge lightning dragon. Berserk lightning revolved around it, and black lightning was condensing on the two horns on its head. Doomsday Dragon. Crazy, he's really crazy. There's another tribulation after the Doomsday Dragon Palace. Could it be that he forcefully increased the tribulation's level? The masked man opened his mouth wide and lost the strength to roar. Roar! The Doomsday Dragon was more than 100 miles long. Its mountain-like dragon claw tore through space and grabbed at Yi Chen. The tip of the claw flickered with lightning, containing a lightning force field. TSS, 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 TSS. Yi Chen could feel that the water in his body was evaporating, and his skin was becoming dry. The strong electric shock made his hands and feet weak, and his strength was gradually draining away. Sword Dragon Art. With a surge of his soul power, the Sword Dragon, formed by 42 sword shadows, charged towards the dragon claw. Clang! Clang! The dragon claw's power was too great. The sword dragon crumbled upon contact, turning into countless broken sword shadows. However, this move also caused the dragon claw to pause for a moment, and the lightning force field had a flaw. Break! With a wave of the Sky Scorpio sword, one of the dragon claw's fingers was cut off. However, the other claws still struck Yi Chen's body. Because the dragon claw was too huge, like a mountain, Yi Chen was almost crushed into the sea. Break again! The resistance of the sea slowed the dragon claw's speed. Yi Chen pushed his sword domain to the limit and cut off the second finger, then the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Swish! The purple crystal on the Sky Scorpio sword expanded, turning into a 10-meter-long amethyst sword. Holding the amethyst sword, Yi Chen cut the dragon claw's palm in half. Breaking out of the water, Yi Chen took the initiative to attack the Doomsday Dragon. The Doomsday Dragon's reaction wasn't fast, and its body was pierced by Yi Chen's sword. However, compared to its huge body, this sword's destructive power was nothing. Its long tail swept out, and Yi Chen couldn't avoid it at all. He was sent flying thousands of li away, spurting out mouthfuls of blood, and his right arm was directly shattered. Too powerful. This Doomsday Dragon should have advanced 2-star battle strength, while I'm only mid 2-star battle strength. If I want to pass this tribulation, I can only exhaust it. It doesn't have an undying body, and losing a part of its body will weaken it. The more it loses, the weaker it will be. As long as I can persevere, it'll be fine. The life and death tribulation was aimed at the challenger, and its power would only be a bit higher than the challenger's battle strength. It couldn't be too abnormal, otherwise, who could pass this tribulation? Of course, because Yi Chen's battle strength was too powerful. The life and death tribulation was also very frightening. Other people's life and death tribulations were a bit more powerful than the challenger's, but his life and death tribulation was much more powerful than the challenger's. Sword Qi crisscrossed, and lightning wreaked havoc. Yi Chen and the 100-li-long Doomsday Dragon continued to fight. Everything within 10,000 li was their battlefield, from east to west, from north to south. From afar, the masked man was watching coldly. Pursuing Thunder King, what's going on? Beard King, Iron Arm King, and the heavily injured Gray Bird King rushed over. He's crossing the tribulation. The masked man's title was Pursuing Thunder King. He let out a breath and said slowly, "Crossing tribulation?" Beard King looked over and frowned. "What kind of tribulation is this? Why is it so frightening? If I encountered this tribulation back then, I would have died instantly." A tribulation even more frightening than the Doomsday Dragon Palace. The masked man's eyes flickered with a cold light. What? Isn't the Doomsday Dragon Palace the most powerful tribulation among all the lightning tribulations? It has been since ancient times. Beard King, Iron Arm King, and Gray Bird King turned pale with fright. They already had a bad premonition when they saw Yi Chen's tribulation. Now that Yi Chen's tribulation was this frightening, wouldn't his future accomplishments be even more frightening? This kid must be eliminated. The masked man said these words coldly. He must be eliminated. Beard King and the other two also said resolutely. When he crosses the Yuan spirit tribulation and his soul is at its weakest, we'll attack together and not give him any chance to struggle. Gray Bird King gnashed his teeth. Rumble. After such a long battle, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan was drained like water. Only a tenth of his Zhen Yuan remained. Fortunately, the Doomsday Dragon's battle power had also fallen from high-grade 2 stars to low-grade 2 stars. It could no longer block Yi Chen's attacks. Another moment passed, and the Doomsday Dragon's body had shrunk to a few dozen li. Its battle power had fallen from 2 stars to 1 star, and then from high-grade 1 star to low-grade 1 star. Puchi! Purple sword radiance blossomed as Yi Chen slashed the Doomsday Dragon apart. "I've finally crossed the tribulation." Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He still had a trace of Zhen Yuan left in his body. If his Zhen Yuan had been exhausted before the Doomsday Dragon was killed, he would have been the one to die. Although the success rate of life and death tribulation was high, there were still cases of failure. Out of 100 people, there would always be 1 or 2 who failed and died. Chapter 900. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen looked up at the sky. After the thunder disaster, it was time for the wind-fire disaster. The wind-fire disaster had 2 heavenly tribulations, one external and one internal. The external tribulation was the cutting of the body and the burning of the heavenly fire, while the internal tribulation was the heart demon. Those with weak willpower would not be able to pass through it at all. Of those who failed, half of them died under the wind-fire disaster, while the other half died under the primordial spirit disaster. The thunder disaster, on the other hand, did not have many casualties. Let me recover my Zhen Yuan first. The least worrying thing about passing the life and death disaster was recovering Zhen Yuan. The natural Yuan Qi was too rich, especially the black hole that pierced through the 3 heavens, which was simply an energy black hole. The Yuan Qi energy was compressed into a liquid and then into a solid. As Yi Chen operated his heaven realm low-rank martial art, Green Lotus Sword spell, the boundless Yuan Qi energy poured down with Yi Chen as the center. Roughly speaking, the density of the Yuan Qi energy in this area was at least 1,000 times higher than the outside world. So cool! Yi Chen had never tried to accumulate Zhen Yuan this fast before. The rich Yuan Qi energy did not need to be refined and became his own Jin Yuan. Moreover, the Zhen Yuan that had been used up recovered by 10% in a few breaths' time, then 20%, 30%, 70%, all the way to 100%. Whoosh! Just as Yi Chen was about to recover his Zhen Yuan, a bright whirlwind came from the black hole and blew past Yi Chen's body. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Dozens of bloody wounds appeared on Yi Chen's arms, face and thighs. Hiss! Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This whirlwind had completely ignored his protective Jin Yuan and directly blew onto his body. However, its power was not that great, just enough to break through his body's defense. However, that was not the key point. Yi Chen discovered that the place where he had been cut, his nerves of pain had been magnified to the extreme. It was only a small wound, but it made him feel extreme pain. He who was not mentally prepared could not help but suck in a breath of air. Activating his undying body, the wounds healed up, but the pain was still spreading. Willpower, it really is a test of willpower. The heavenly lightning tribulation tested one's combat prowess, while the great tribulation of wind and fire tested one's willpower. It wouldn't kill you straight away. Instead, it would make you suffer unbearable pain. Moreover, this was just the first wave. Who knew what kind of tests would come later? It had to be known that pain wasn't the only thing that was unbearable. There were also soreness, spasms, burning, and so on. If one could not withstand the test of the external tribulation, the moment the internal tribulation came, they would definitely collapse. Then they would be sliced into pieces and burned to ashes, dying. Since his protective Zhen Yuan was useless, Yi Chen simply put it away. Although the external tribulation wouldn't kill him, he still needed to circulate his immortal body to recover from his injuries. Saving as much Zhen Yuan as possible was good. Whoosh! Just as the whirlwind blew past, a blazing heavenly fire fell down and burned Yi Chen's body. The might of the heavenly fire wasn't that great, and it could only burn the outer layer of Yi Chen's flesh. However, the pain was amplified by several folds. His body was soreness, burning, and numbness. Yi Chen had turned into a human-shaped torch, enduring all kinds of sufferings and pains that he normally couldn't feel. This is just the first wave. When the second and third waves come, he will definitely be in a miserable state. Gray Bird King didn't think that Yi Chen couldn't pass the great tribulation of wind and fire. However, seeing Yi Chen in such a miserable state was also very satisfying. He wanted to see how miserable Yi Chen would be, suffering all kinds of sufferings and then being killed by us. Nothing is more delightful than this. Beard King also laughed. The second wave is coming. Iron Arm King raised his head and looked at the black hole. Whoosh! 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 This time it was a purple gale that gave off a moist feeling, as if it was made of liquid. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel some discomfort on their skin. It's the toxic heavenly wind. The toxic heavenly wind was the most powerful tribulation of the wind tribulation. Being struck by this wind would immediately be poisoned. The poison wouldn't penetrate into the body, but it would cause one's skin to rot and stink. Not to mention experiencing it personally, even watching it would make one's scalp tingle. However, ordinary people couldn't enjoy this tribulation. Only geniuses that appeared once in 1,000 years could enjoy it. The surface of Yi Chen's skin turned purple and black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it started to rot. The stink of poison flowed out from the rotten areas, looking extremely disgusting. Frowning slightly, Yi Chen sat cross-legged in the air, his palms tightly gripping his knees. He actually endured it. Beard King was a little incredulous. The wind tribulation he had endured was very ordinary. It was just the cutting of the wind blades, and then the pain nerves were magnified to the limit. Even so, He was sweating profusely and couldn't help but shout a few times. In his opinion, with the terror of the toxic heavenly wind, Yi-chan would surely roar a few times. Could it be that this toxic heavenly wind isn't as scary as the legends say? Beard King reached out and grabbed a few strands of the toxic heavenly wind. Arg! A mournful and shrill sound rang out as Beard King's entire right arm rotted away. And that wasn't all. The pain from the corrosion caused his nerves to spasm. This kind of pain wasn't something a human could endure. Only the legendary purgatory would have this kind of pain exist. What a powerful toxic heavenly wind! Greybird King and Ironarm King felt their scalps go numb. How would they dare to provoke the toxic heavenly wind like Beard King? Even the masked man gave up on the idea. Damn it! Circulating the undying body, Beard King's right arm recovered to its original state. However, his face was extremely pale, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. When he looked at Yi-chan again, there was a trace of fear and dread in his eyes. He couldn't imagine how Yi-chan could endure this kind of pain. One had to know that the latter's entire body was rotting from the toxic heavenly wind. Is this kid still human? Just as Beard King thought, the suffering Yi-chan was enduring was far beyond imagination. Moreover, he couldn't block this pain at all. He couldn't even divert his attention. This was a test from the heavens. The heavens wouldn't let you pass the wind-fire tribulation so easily. Just as the toxic heavenly wind passed, a stream of fire suddenly poured down from the sky. This stream of fire was extremely dense, like magma, splashing onto Yi-chan's body. It's the heavenly flame stream. The heavenly flame stream was also the most powerful tribulation among the fire tribulations. Sizzle! Magma covered Yi-chan's body. His hair, face, and skin were all burned to ashes. The stream of fire didn't directly burn into his body. Instead, it rubbed against Yi-chan's internal muscles, burning him to the extreme. It was no different from throwing an ordinary person into a pot of boiling oil. Yi-chan's tendons were twitching, and his limbs were spasming, his heart thumping wildly. Yi-chan knew that this pain was bestowed upon him by the world's will. The world's will protected the inside of his body, allowing the outside to bear this heart-wrenching pain. But it was so painful that Yi-chan gradually lost consciousness and started hallucinating. This was a vast and boundless valley. The inside of the valley was like spring all year round, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Occasionally, dragons and phoenixes could be seen flying by, leaving behind sonorous dragon roars and phoenix cries. Listening to them, Yi-chan forgot everything. He forgot that he was in the middle of a tribulation and treated this place as his own world. "Your Excellency, please come in." Guarding the outside of the valley was a group of expressionless god generals with powerful auras. The leader of the god generals gestured with his right hand and invited Yi-chan into the valley with a respectful tone. Yi-chan didn't say anything and just watched coldly from the sidelines. "Your Excellency, the young lady is waiting for you inside. Don't let her wait too long," the god generals continued. After persisting for a while, the god generals saw that Yi-chan didn't move at all and didn't seem to have any intention of entering. So they stopped inviting him and stood respectfully at the side. After a short while, a clear and melodious voice drifted over. "Young Master Yi, why aren't you coming in yet? My young lady has been waiting for you for a long time." 7 natural beauties wearing silk dresses walked out of the valley. Each of them gave off a graceful celestial aura as if they were fairies. Their bright and beautiful eyes made it hard for others to refuse them. "Let's go, young Master Yi." 2 women ran over and pulled Yi-chan's arms, wanting to pull him in. Scram! Yi-chan released his aura, shaking the few of them away. "You?" The woman who was pushed away had tears rolling down her face, feeling extremely wronged. "Junior brother Yi." Right then, another person walked out of the valley. It was a woman, tall and slim, wearing white robes. She was extremely pretty, and the way she looked at Yi Chen was full of love. It was indeed Su Jing. Young lady, he doesn't want to come in. Why bother with him? The 7 women crowded around Su Jing. You really don't want to come in? Su Jing asked. A complicated expression flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. He simply closed his eyes to rest. Forget it. Go find her. Su Jing let out a sigh and turned to enter the valley. As she turned, a drop of tear fell from her eyes. Yi Chen, let's go. Not far away, Murong Qingcheng walked over slowly with a pitiful look on her face. What's real and what's fake? It's always hard to tell. This must be the devil in my heart. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, regaining his clarity. Without looking at Murong Qingcheng, the aura on his body increased immeasurably. That sharp sword aura shattered the whole world, shattering it like a mirror. Break! 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 After 3 roars, the valley, the divine general, the giant phoenix, and Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng all disappeared as if they had never existed. The fire was still burning Yi Chen's body. The moment the illusion disappeared, Yi Chen once again entered a purgatory of pain. As he had just come out from the illusion, the pain seemed to have increased tenfold, making him want to die immediately. Fortunately, the heavenly flame stream would eventually come to an end. To others, the wind and fire tribulation might be powerful and terrifying, but Yi Chen's will was extremely strong. The so-called external tribulation and internal tribulation could do nothing to him. This was because Yi Chen's strength came from his will and soul, which were the source of his strength. After the wind and fire tribulation, the primordial spirit tribulation came. What astonished the masked man and the others was that although Yi Chen's primordial spirit tribulation was incomparably frightening and unheard of, Yi Chen felt much more relaxed. Only Yi Chen himself knew that his soul was 5 times stronger than ordinary people, and its quality was comparable to life and death kings. Thus, the primordial spirit tribulation was several times easier than the sky thunder tribulation. Bang! From the black hole, a crystalline river that seemed to be both liquid and solid poured into Yi Chen's body. This was the extremely condensed yuan qi of heaven and earth. After entering his body, it would rapidly transform into King Grade Jin Yuan. With King Grade Jin Yuan, even if Yi Chen didn't have time to improve his profound, his battle power would still increase by many folds. Not good. His soul is not weak at all. Go. The masked man immediately made a decision and dove into the void. Before breaking through, Yi Chen already had mid-2-star battle power. Once he broke through, he would be even more terrifying. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of Yi Chen's weakened soul to kill him. But now, it seemed like it was just their wishful thinking. Chapter 901. You think you can escape? Yi Chen's body had already produced King Grade Jin Yuan. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for him to swing a few times. Seeing the masked man and the other 3 trying to escape, Yi Chen pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword and attacked with the bewitching mirror shattering. Buzz! The masked man and the other 3, who had already escaped into the void, were forcibly swept out and sealed inside the purple mirror. With the support of King Grade Jin Yuan, the bewitching mirror shattering finally displayed the true power of space profound. Even the masked man with 3-star battle strength couldn't escape. Kacha! The purple mirror shattered. Apart from the masked man, the other 3 were instantly killed. The masked man didn't have a good time either. His body was drenched in blood, and one of his arms and left leg had been shredded into a bloody mist by countless spatial fragments. Run! The masked man was incomparably shocked. Yi Chen's battle strength was even more powerful than he had imagined. Even escaping into the void had been flipped over, so how could he be his opponent? The lightning flame on his body exploded as the masked man turned into lightning flame and escaped into the void once again. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Just what's wrong? Killing Beard King, Iron Arm King, and Gray Bird King with a single sword and heavily injuring the masked man. Yi Qin didn't feel anything at all. He felt that he had missed something important, something even more important than killing the masked man. Therefore, when the masked man escaped, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he pondered, "There's nothing wrong with killing them. Then what happened before this? What was wrong before this? Right before this, I was going through tribulation. But why is it that, apart from the lightning tribulation and the first half of the wind and fire tribulation, all the other details are so blurry that I can't remember anything? I only know that I succeeded. Missing details? I can sense the details of the tribulation, but I don't have any. The will of the world can imitate other things, but it can't imitate me because it isn't me. It can only trigger it based on the information in my heart. How can I not have any comprehension of the tribulation of wind and fire and the Yuan spirit tribulation? Heart devil." A light flashed in his mind as he opened his mouth and roared. Rumble. His soul sea-surged and Yi Qin woke up. Ouch. The first thing he felt was pain, a very real pain. At this moment, he was still going through his fire tribulation, heaven flame flow. His body was wrapped in an extremely condensed flame flow, which rubbed against his muscles and stimulated his pain nerves. Releasing his soul power, Yi Qin could clearly sense that the masked man and the other three were still alive, staring at him coldly. What a terrifying heart demon! Yi Qin could not help but feel his scalp tingle. Other people's inner demons only had one layer, but his inner demon actually had 2 layers. After breaking through the first layer, there was still another layer outside. Most people would slightly relax after overcoming the inner demon, and it was precisely this slight relaxation that allowed the inner demon to take advantage of the weakness and enter, making it hard for Yi Qin to distinguish between the real and the fake. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Qin's willpower was firm enough to maintain a bit of divine light from beginning to end, the second layer of his inner demons would have consigned him to eternal damnation and burned him into ashes by the tribulation of wind and fire. Terrifying! Compared to the doomsday dragon in the sky thunder tribulation, the inner demons of the wind and fire tribulation didn't have any visual effects. Outsiders couldn't see through it at all, but it was 10 times more dangerous. Even Yi Qin had almost died from it. If it were someone else, they would have already fallen. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Qin felt that he had already been invaded by the inner demons when he was unconscious. Even the poisonous heaven wind couldn't make him unconscious, and the pain from the heaven flame flow was only a little bit worse than the poisonous heaven wind. How could it make him unconscious? It was most likely that this unconscious state was imposed on him by the will of the world. Only when he was unconscious would he wake up. After waking up, it would be when the second layer of the inner demons would start to wreak havoc. It was like a psychological lure, luring him into thinking that he had woken up when in fact he was still in an illusion. Could this still be an illusion? A thought suddenly popped into Yi Qin's mind. It seems like my heart is in a mess. The second layer of the inner demons has made me a frightened bird. As long as my will is firm and consistent, it doesn't matter if it's an inner demon or not. What's real and what's fake? Everything is a result of the changes in the outside world. As long as my body doesn't change, the inner demons won't be able to take advantage of it. Smiling bitterly, Yi Qin calmed down. His expression was calm, and even the pain on his body seemed to have faded a lot. His state of mind had been greatly improved due to the inner demons. The test of the will of the world had accelerated his growth. Of course, other tribulation takers would also have some growth, just not as much as him. What a terrifying will! The masked man could still see Yi Qin's body convulsing and trembling before, but now Yi Qin's body had actually relaxed. Pursuing Thunder King, do you think he has passed the inner demon tribulation? Beard King asked. I'm afraid he has. The masked man answered subconsciously. The wind and fire tribulation is divided into internal and external tribulations. The external tribulation complements the internal tribulation. The pain produced by the external tribulation makes it easier for the inner demons to invade. I wonder how strong his inner demon tribulation is. Beard King and the other two were clear that the external tribulation was only this much. What was truly frightening was the inner demon tribulation. Given Yi Chen's talent and potential, the inner demon tribulation was at least at the highest level. There was a high chance that he had surpassed the highest level and raised the inner demon tribulation by another level. Of course, outsiders couldn't see through the inner demon tribulation, so they didn't know what kind of inner demon Yi Chen had encountered. The fire gradually died out and dispersed. The burnt surface of Yi Chen's body gradually shed off, growing new skin. At this point, he had passed the wind and fire great calamity, and only the last calamity was left, the Yuan spirit calamity. Huff! Heavily exhaling, Yi Chen opened his eyes and looked at the masked man and the other three. This glance was extremely calm, without any killing intent or other emotions. However, this glance made the hearts of the masked man and the other three twitch. At this moment, they even felt as if they couldn't breathe. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their hearts and fiercely squeezed them, not allowing them to beat. What a frightening glance this was. Will suppression. The masked man's face turned gloomy as he slowly spat out a word. Life and Death Kings had truly grasped the wondrous usage of will. The same martial will exerted by a Life and Death King and a martial artist under Life and Death realm would have a completely different effect. The latter simply couldn't perfectly utilize the suppression of martial will and could only instinctively release it. On the other hand, Life and Death Kings could concentrate their will even more, giving rise to a frightening pressure. Although Yi Chen wasn't a Life and Death King, he had passed the inner demon tribulation of wind and fire tribulation. His control over will had already reached the level of Life and Death realm. No, it might be even more frightening. This was because other peak kings couldn't give him such a powerful pressure. This glance seemed to decide their life and death. Chapter 902. What a frightening gaze! The masked man was a bit better off, but Beard King and the other two felt their hearts clench and their bodies stiffen. If Yi Chen were to attack at this moment, they might not even be able to withstand a single exchange. In terms of willpower, the disparity between them and Yi Chen was simply too great. Among them, Beard King's willpower was slightly higher, but it was only at mid-fifth step. Grey Bird King and Iron Arm King only had peak fourth step willpower. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent had reached the sixth step, which was equivalent to an ordinary seventh step sword intent. How could he endure this seemingly ordinary, but actually incomparably tyrannical willpower? Chasing Thunder King, this kid is a bit strange. Grey Bird King had a trace of retreating. Yi Chen had yet to formally step into Life and Death realm, yet he could already utilize willpower to such a frightening degree. Once he reached Life and Death realm, he would be even more terrifying. A single gaze from the other party would probably be enough to paralyze his body. He is a bit strange, but he still hasn't crossed his primordial spirit tribulation. In truth, Beard King also had a bad premonition. However, with chasing Thunder King here, he felt that Yi Chen didn't have much hope. It should be known that chasing Thunder King's battle strength had reached mid-3-star realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of mid-3-star realm. Adding the three of them together, they could barely contend against a high 3-star king. Beard King is right. Since ancient times, the souls of those undergoing primordial spirit tribulation have always weakened for a period of time. The moment his soul weakens, the four of us can unleash our killing moves. We can certainly kill him. Iron Arm King was a body refining king, and his boldness was the strongest. Although Yi Chen's gaze made his heart clench and his body stiffen, he didn't think of retreating. All right, our mission this time is to kill Yi Chen. If Yi Chen isn't killed, how are we supposed to hand in the mission when we return? Moreover, judging from his life and death tribulation's momentum, once he enters life and death realm, his battle strength will not be any weaker than mine, perhaps even above mine. At that time, he will be a huge problem comparable to Xianhou. The masked man said coldly. Yi Chen didn't know what the four were thinking, but he didn't care. Retracting his gaze, he inwardly thought, life and death realm. One already has a certain understanding of life and death. Their control over will is several times stronger than before. No wonder, although body-refining kings are powerful, they are still a bit weaker than kings with powerful wills. Transcending the life and death tribulation would definitely give one enlightenment and improve in all aspects. When the heart demon invaded him, it was because of this that Yi Chen was able to defeat it in the end. The primordial soul tribulation is coming. A frightening pressure was emitted from the black hole, causing Yi Chen to raise his head involuntarily. Life and death tribulations were of equal strength. However, in terms of danger, the heart demon tribulation of the wind and fire tribulation was extremely dangerous, and the Yuan spirit tribulation was even more dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause one's soul to be heavily injured, and it would take a very long time to recover. This was also the reason why many people who had clearly passed the life and death tribulation would still have extremely weak souls and poor mental states. Huff, huff, huff! A whirlwind blew down, but it was not an ordinary whirlwind. Only the soul could hear it, and it was the prelude of the Yuan spirit tribulation. Soul whirlwind. The soul whirlwind was extremely fast, and it brushed past Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened to him. If a mere soul whirlwind could put him in such a difficult situation, then there was no need for him to transcend the Yuan spirit tribulation. Quite a powerful soul membrane. The masked man coldly snorted. When he encountered the soul whirlwind, he would at least frown, but Yi Chen didn't even frown. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past his face. After the soul whirlwind comes the soul storm. Let's see if he can still remain indifferent. Gray Bird King's previous intention of retreating made him somewhat embarrassed, so he deliberately expressed his disdain. Rumble. The soul storm's momentum was much stronger than the soul whirlwind. The rumbling sound of the storm directly reached the depths of the five souls. Compared to the soul storm of other tribulation transcenders, the one Yi Chen encountered was much more terrifying. Yi Chen originally wasn't afraid of this soul storm, but when he noticed Gray Bird King's expression, an idea popped up in his mind. The soul storm swept Yi Chen into it, constantly battering against Yi Chen's soul membrane. Every breath of time, there would be hundreds of battering, like waves crashing against the shore. Suddenly, Yi Chen groaned, and his complexion turned slightly pale. Ha! He really can't withstand the soul storm's impact. Gray Bird King laughed proudly. As the soul storm's might grew stronger, Yi Chen's complexion turned paler. In the end, his brows were furrowed and his eyes flickered. After a long time, the soul storm dissipated, and cold sweat appeared on Yi Chen's forehead. This time it's in the bag. Beard King and Iron Arm King felt much more relaxed. Previously, Yi Chen's gaze was too terrifying, causing them to feel a trace of fear. But now that fear had vanished, is this kid faking it? The masked man had his doubts. Yi Chen's soul storm was indeed several times stronger than the other tribulation transcenders, but he still felt something was wrong. Yuan divinity tribulation usually had 3 waves of attacks. After the soul whirlwind and soul storm, the most powerful attack came. Kill! A soul warrior formed entirely from souls raised a super machete and charged at Yi Chen. Before the figure arrived, the machete had already slashed down. It was a soul saber chi. Yi Chen didn't move, allowing the soul saber chi to slash at his soul membrane. He didn't have any soul defense secret art. Apart from his innate ability, he didn't know any soul attack secret arts. Thus, he could only rely on his soul membrane to resist the attack. Clang! Invisible sparks flew outside the soul membrane. Amazing! Yi Chen felt a ripple on his soul membrane. Kill! 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 The soul warrior released 3 saber chi in a row, attacking Yi Chen's soul from 3 different angles. Soul Storm. Although he didn't have any soul attack secret arts, it didn't mean that Yi Chen had to endure it passively. Above his soul sea, waves surged. Waves of soul power swept out in the form of a vortex. This was the authentic soul storm. His perception was extremely strong. The soul storm in Yuan Divinity Tribulation allowed him to grasp the method to cast soul storm. Although it wasn't as perfect as the soul storm in Yuan Divinity Tribulation, he had mastered it and didn't deviate from the right path. Boom! 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 When the soul saber chi encountered the soul storm, its power was rapidly reduced. When it slashed at Yi Chen's soul membrane, it didn't even have a tenth of its original strength. It wasn't even qualified to shake Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen still pretended that he couldn't bear it. His face was pale and bloodless, and his mental state was greatly reduced. Seeing that the soul saber chi couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, the soul warrior approached and prepared to use the machete to attack Yi Chen at close range. How troublesome! Yi Chen frowned and executed the soul storm again. The soul warrior didn't have any thoughts. How could it know that attacking Yi Chen at close range would only make it easier for Yi Chen? The soul storm's attack made him sway, and he couldn't stabilize his body. His body, formed by his soul, was also gradually thinning. Now he had to check out and change hotels. There was no time to continue. Chapter 903. Scatter! Yi Chen let out a low roar, and even more soul power gushed out like a tornado, blasting toward the soul warrior. A powerful soul pressure suppressed the opponent, rendering it immobile. Chi, 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 chi. The soul battle general was cut into many fine soul threads. Its body became more and more transparent, thinner and thinner. Finally, with a boom, it dissipated. He can even use Soul Storm so skillfully. Iron Arm King sucked in a breath of cold air. The majority of life and death kings could use Soul Storm, but those who could cultivate it to greater success could be counted with 2 hands. The majority of them were at minor success. Iron Arm King was a body refining king, but his talent in soul was not too high. Therefore, his soul storm was far from reaching minor success. But now, looking at Yi Chen's appearance, he was clearly close to minor success. Don't worry, his soul was already injured before. Forcibly using Soul Storm now might look easy, but it should have worsened his injuries. I just don't know how deep his injuries are. Beard King analyzed. How deep the injuries are doesn't matter. There's still another wave coming. The masked man sensed something and raised his head toward the black hole. 4th wave. Beard King and the other 2 also raised their heads. Kill! A deep voice resounded from the depths of the black hole, reverberating between heaven and earth. Kill! The 2nd kill word was much clearer, and its might was also much greater. As soon as the word appeared, a frightening soul pressure frantically surged out like the wind of hell. Kill! 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 Immediately after, the 3 kill words were shouted one after another, and the soul pressure increased by several folds. Apart from the masked man, Beard King and the other 2 groaned and retreated several steps. This kid is indeed a freak. Of the 3 life and death tribulations, apart from the wind and fire tribulation, the others have all improved. What kind of tribulation will this 4th wave be? The 3 couldn't help but wonder. Buzz! In the depths of the black hole, an incorporeal ripple appeared, and a figure wearing a shabby cloak and with tattered skin appeared. It's a primordial slaughter king. The masked man blurted out, his voice filled with alarm. A primordial killer king? Could it be a ferocious creature from the soul prison? Gray Bird King was flabbergasted. The masked man shook his head. The soul prison is most likely fake. I've heard from the Lord that after people die, their soul auras will spread out. Although these soul auras don't have intelligence and are muddle-headed, they still have a trace of instinct. Countless soul auras from different sources will fuse together in a special environment and form the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is extremely brutal and irrational. Wherever it goes, any living creature with a soul will have its soul sucked dry by it to replenish itself. When the primordial spirit is strong enough, it will become an extremely terrifying primordial spirit killer king. The primordial spirit killer king already has its own special intelligence and innately knows many kinds of soul attack secret techniques. The blood devil was born from a large amount of fresh blood, while the primordial killer king was born from a large amount of soul aura. Both of them were unnatural existences. Since it's a primordial killer king, isn't this kid dead for sure? Gray Bird King's face lit up as he asked. No. The masked man sized up the primordial killer king and said, "The more stitches on the primordial killer king's body, the stronger it is. The stitches on this primordial killer king's body are faintly discernible, so it should be a newborn primordial killer king. However, it will be enough for him to suffer. Even if he survives, his soul will be weakened to the freezing point." The masked man sneered. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's primordial spirit tribulation would encounter the legendary primordial killer king. Primordial killer king. According to the Battle King's memories, Yi Chen could guess the origin of this figure. The primordial killer king was formed from the fusion of countless soul auras. Moreover, it had gathered the negative emotions of countless soul auras. There was no logic to it. Once it was born, it would slaughter the world and absorb the souls of countless living beings. Kill! The primordial killer king's weapon was a similarly tattered stone rod that seemed to have been patched up. Soul auras lingered on the stone rod, and countless people were howling miserably. Just listening to this sound would give rise to fear. With a flicker, the primordial killer king wielded the tattered stone rod and smashed it at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression turned solemn as he executed the soul storm. Uft! Uft! Layers of soul auras were blasted away by the stone rod. The primordial killer king only absorbed soul auras that hadn't been rearranged, so it couldn't absorb the soul storm. Again, Yi Chen executed the soul storm once more. Boom! This time, the primordial killer king was obstructed and staggered. What made Yi Chen frown was that the primordial killer king's soul aura was only weakened by less than 1%. In other words, even if he executed the soul storm 200 times, he still wouldn't be able to kill the opponent and survive this tribulation. If a simple soul storm doesn't work, then what about the destruction soul storm? Yi Chen increased the distance between him and the primordial killer king as the third soul storm was formed. This soul storm contained not only soul power, but also the destruction sword intent. One should know that intent could also harm souls, but it was not as direct as soul attacks. Moreover, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was not an ordinary one, but the destruction sword intent. It was extremely destructive to souls. In this world, there was almost nothing that the destruction sword intent could not harm. Uft! How could the primordial killer king dodge the destruction soul storm? It was hit directly, and its soul aura dispersed rapidly, disappearing by about 10%. It's effective indeed. This was the first time Yi Chen faced the legendary primordial killer king, so he wasn't too confident. Since the destruction soul storm was effective, Yi Chen would naturally use it to attack the primordial killer king. The Yuan Divinity Slayer King was forced back. Suddenly, he let out a low roar, and a ball of soul power spread out from his body, forming a soul ring. The destructive soul storm collided with the soul ring and was instantly neutralized. The soul aura he lost was only half of what it had been before. Kill! With the soul halo protecting its body, the primordial Killer King raised the shabby stone staff high in the air and chopped down. This is a soul attack secret art. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Within his soul perception, countless soul staff phantoms hacked over, each of them carrying an intense vibration power. It was just like Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts and Yi Chen's vibration sword arts. The only difference was that the primordial Killer King used soul power, and its destructive power was frightening. I can't be hit. Even if Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times that of ordinary people, and its quality was not inferior to Life and Death Kings, he still didn't dare to face this soul attack of the primordial Killer King head-on. Immortal Soul Storm. If the Destruction Soul Storm was an attack, then the Immortal Soul Storm revolved around Yi Chen's body, protecting him. Any soul attack would have to consume several times the power. When the Immortal Soul Storm was dispersed, the Soul Staff Phantom's might was reduced to 30%. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, and was directly blocked by the soul membrane. Consume his soul aura first. In fact, Yi Chen also had a trump card, Soul Light. However, he could only use it twice, and each time was more precious than the last. Therefore, he couldn't use it right now. He would wait until the primordial Killer King's soul aura was more or less depleted. If he used Soul Light first, his soul power would be reduced by half, and if he couldn't kill his opponent, he could only wait for death. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen retaliated with the Destruction Soul Storm, while the Immortal Soul Storm protected him. The primordial Killer King used all kinds of soul attack secret arts, and the soul halo protected its body. The intense battle between the two turned into a protracted one. How is this possible? Beard King and the rest were dumbstruck. Let's continue watching. His soul power has been consumed quite a bit. The masked man was much calmer. Yi Chen had been using the soul storm for a long time, so his consumption was bound to be fast. 60%, 50%, 40%, almost there. Yi Chen silently calculated the primordial Killer King's soul aura. When the opponent's soul aura was less than 40%, Yi Chen brazenly unleashed his trump card. A slit appeared on his forehead, and a vertical silver eye opened, shooting out a silver beam. The silver beam was the result of soul power rearranging and compressing it to the extreme. It instantly struck the primordial Killer King's chest. Chi-chi. Like winter snow encountering summer, the primordial Killer King's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its soul aura also rapidly weakened. 30%, 20%, 10%, 5%. In the end, only a trace of the primordial Killer King's soul aura remained. Let's end this. There was no need to use Soul Light or Soul Storm. Yi Chen directly shot out a destruction sword intent, slashing the primordial Killer King's body. Pucci! The primordial Killer King dissipated, returning to nothingness. His primordial spirit tribulation was a success. As soon as the primordial Killer King was destroyed, the black hole that pierced through the 3 layers of sky had a huge movement. It started to revolve crazily, condensing an extremely pure Yuan Qi sphere. This Yuan Qi sphere contained too much energy. According to Yi Chen's estimation, as long as he could absorb it all into his body, he would have at least 80 to 90 years of cultivation base. Moreover, he would have the cultivation base of a Life and Death King, which was equivalent to King Grey Jin Yuan. However, the biggest change was not the black hole, but Yi Chen's body. His sea of soul was surging, and its color was gradually turning golden, resembling a light golden ocean. The Destruction Sword Soul and Immortal Sword Soul floating above his sea of soul seemed to have received a huge nourishment, and their tempering effects were far greater than before. If the speed before was 1, it was now at least 3. My soul power is increasing. Yi Chen could feel that the depth of his sea of soul had become even deeper. Under ordinary circumstances, one's soul power would increase by roughly 10 times upon entering Life and Death realm. However, Yi Chen's soul power had already increased by more than 10 times, and was advancing towards 15 times. Judging from the speed, it seemed like 15 times wasn't the limit. 14 times. 15 times. 16 times. His soul power continued to advance, reaching 19 times. Then 20 times. It only stopped after a total of 20 times. In other words, even if Yi Chen's soul power was the same as an ordinary person's before, with an increase of 20 times for him and 10 times for others, his soul power had doubled. Previously, his soul power was 5 times that of ordinary people, but now it was 10 times. Chapter 904. 10 times the soul power of a life and death king was an extremely frightening thing. At Sea of Soul Realm, one soul power could spread out to 100 li. At Life and Death Realm, one soul power could increase by 10 times, reaching 1,000 li. In fact, Life and Death Kings had an extremely powerful control over their soul power, allowing them to extend their soul power to a range of 10,000 li. However, the limit of Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of a Life and Death King's, which was 100,000 li. And this was only an ordinary method of releasing soul power. Everyone knew it. If one used some soul-related secret arts, the range of one's soul power would increase by several folds. For ordinary Life and Death Kings, the range of their soul power reaching 100,000 li was nothing shocking. If Yi Chen learned a soul amplification secret art, the range of his soul power could easily exceed 1,000,000 li. With a single thought, not even the slightest movement of a blade of grass in 1,000,000 li could escape his eyes. The range of his soul power was only a small matter. After his soul transformed into a life and death soul, the soul eye's ability had also greatly increased. Before, Yi Chen could only see everything within 10,000,000 li with his soul eye. Even Life and Death Kings would find it hard to detect him. But now, everything within 1,000,000,000 li could be seen by Yi Chen. I wonder how many times I can use soul light with my current soul power, and to what extent will its might reach. With his soul power increasing by 10 times, he would be able to use soul light more than twice, and its might wouldn't be stagnant either. Kill! Seeing that Yi Chen had passed the life and death calamity, the masked man's eyes surged with killing intent. He slapped at Yi Chen from a distance, erupting with 4 layers of thunder, fire palm power. Marak hammer kill. Gale chop. Iron arm critical strike. Beard King, Gray Bird King, and Iron Arm King also used their trump cards, attacking Yi Chen together. This time, they would not give Yi Chen a chance to turn the tables. Facing the 4's joint attack, Yi Chen didn't dodge. The vertical eye on his forehead first shot a silver beam at the masked man. This silver beam was several times stronger than the one he had used against Primordial Slaughter King. As soon as it appeared, it was like a sharp silver blade stabbing into the masked man's sea of soul. At the same time, Yi Chen unsheathed the evil vanquishing sword with his left hand and blocked Beard King's spinning hammer light. His right hand gripped the Sky Scorpio sword and stabbed at the masked man's 4-layered palm energy. As for Gray Bird King and Iron Arm King's attacks, Yi Chen couldn't dodge and could only receive them with his body. Ah! Bang! Bang! Puff! The first to suffer was the masked man. Facing Yi Chen's soul light, a small portion of his soul sea collapsed. The pain that came from the depths of his soul made him scream. It was as if he had gone mad. Beard King's spinning hammer light was blocked by Yi Chen, but the masked man's 4-layered palm energy forcibly broke through Yi Chen's sword energy and landed on his body. Blood splattered as lightning and fire splashed in all directions. As for Gray Bird King and Iron Arm King's attacks, Yi Chen couldn't dodge in time and landed on his body. His bronze armor wailed as half of Yi Chen's body turned into a bloody mist. If Yi Chen was still in the Limb Rebirth realm, he would have died without a doubt. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the Yuan Qi ball in the black hole began to pour a majestic Yuan Qi into Yi Chen's body. Not only did it increase Yi Chen's Jin Yuan, it also allowed Yi Chen's undying body to evolve. From the initial limb rebirth realm, Yi Chen advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a short while, he had reached the peak of limb rebirth realm, and in the next instant he broke through to the initial flesh derivation realm. As his flesh wriggled, the half of Yi Chen's body rapidly recovered. However, the newly born Jinyuan in Yi Chen's body was immediately exhausted. Fortunately, the Yuan Qi ball contained a vast amount of Yuan Qi. Just now, he had only poured less than 1/10 of Yuan Qi into Yi Chen's body. The rest of the Yuan Qi continued to pour into Yi Chen's body. A soul light actually consumed 1/5 of my soul power. My soul power has increased by 20-fold. Yi Chen found it a little unbelievable, but fortunately, the soul light's might has become even more terrifying. The masked man possessed 3-star battle prowess, but a soul light had injured the origin of his soul. It would be extremely difficult for him to completely recover, and his future battle prowess would be greatly reduced. It would already be good if he could have 60 to 70% of his soul power left. After all, an injury to the soul and an injury to the origin of the soul were two different things. The former could recover on its own, but it would take a longer time. The latter, on the other hand, couldn't be recovered by oneself. One could only rely on some peerless treasures to nourish the soul. However, such treasures might not be found even if one searched the entire Elysium. It could be said that Yi Chen's soul light had nearly destroyed the masked man. With only 60 to 70% of his battle prowess left, the masked man's strength was probably only at the low level of 3-star, not much stronger than Copper Sword King. Apart from that, although the soul light didn't kill the masked man, its effect was too terrifying. Yi Chen didn't only have soul attacks. His battle prowess was even higher than soul attacks. Once his soul was injured, how could the masked man resist a frontal attack from Yi Chen? Impossible. His soul isn't weak at all. Gray Bird King's eyes widened. We've been tricked by him. He must have done it on purpose to catch all of us in one fell swoop. Beard King clenched his teeth. If Yi Chen's soul was weak, it would be impossible for him to use such a powerful soul attack. It was just like forcing a weak person to run was impossible. Moreover, with a weak soul, one's condition would drop drastically. However, Yi Chen could block Beard King's all-out attack and counteract more than half of the masked man's 4-layered palm energy. This was enough to prove that his condition had not declined at all. On the contrary, it was getting better and better. Goo-goo! The Yuan Qi in the Yuan ball turned into a river of sparkling and translucent light, pouring into his body through the top of his head and rapidly transforming into King Grade Jin Yuan. As the amount of King Grade Jin Yuan in his body increased, he could feel that he had already become powerful enough to tear the space with his bare hands. Raising his right index and middle fingers, Yi Chen suddenly pointed at Gray Bird King's forehead. Powerful King Grade Jin Yuan combined with the 6th step destruction sword intent gushed out. Puff! Gray Bird King's pupils slackened, and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. It was so deep that one could even see the back of his head. One finger and Gray Bird King was dead. Too strong. Not only did Beard King want to retreat, even the powerful Iron Arm King lost the confidence to fight against Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was no longer the Yi Chen of before. The previous Yi Chen was merely a super genius who had yet to mature. Although he was frightening and had strength comparable to them, they at least had a chance to kill him. But now, Yi Chen had stepped into life and death realm. Killing him would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Being able to escape alive would already be a pretty good result. Run. Beard King and Iron Arm King tore space apart, their speed exploding to the limit. If I let you guys escape, wouldn't my acting have been in vain? Yi Chen sneered. The evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword, one on the left and one on the right, casually slashed out. Two congealing water sword energies pierced through space and bombarded Beard King and Iron Arm King's bodies with a speed far exceeding theirs. Beard King's figure paused. He lowered his head and saw a huge hole in the upper grade, half-supreme grade armor on his chest. His heart had been smashed into nothingness, and a bloody hole had pierced through his chest. Iron Arm King's defense was much stronger than Beard King's, but he was also gravely injured and on the verge of death. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels had almost all collapsed. Undying Body only allowed him to regrow broken limbs. So how could he endure congealing water sword containing King Grade Jin Yuan? He should be proud of himself for not dying immediately. Of course, the power of Yi Chen's congealing water sword was partially offset by the spatial barrier. Otherwise, Iron Arm King's fate would have been the same as Beard King's. Die. Another sword light swept out, and Iron Arm King followed in Grey Bird King's and Beard King's footsteps. Undying Body's realm has increased again. After killing Iron Arm King, Yi Chen could sense that his understanding of Undying Body had deepened once again. This kind of deepening came naturally. The moment he broke through to life and death realm, Yi Chen had a deep understanding of life and death. The other tribulation takers were the same, but not as much as Yi Chen's. Undying Body broke through from early flesh derivation realm to mid-stage before stopping. His comprehension was insufficient. Good, seems like we're done for this time. Only at this time did the masked man wake up from the injury to his soul. His complexion was extremely pale without any luster, and he spoke with a gloomy and venomous expression. Those who kill will always be killed. You should be clear on this point. Yi Chen was still absorbing the Yuan Qi from the Yuan Qi ball. The King Grade Jin Yuan in his body was growing more and more abundant. Not fearing that the masked man would escape, he didn't make a move immediately. Don't be happy too early. Let me tell you a secret. 500 years ago, Battle King died at the hands of my lord, and you will not be an exception. If you pledge allegiance to my lord, he might let you go. The masked man's eyes turned as a plan formed in his mind. As expected, hearing the masked man's words, Yi Chen finally confirmed that it was otherworldly experts who killed Senior Battle King, and the masked man's backer should be one of them. How about it? Although your strength is higher than mine, there is still a gap between you and Battle King. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your life is in your hands. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't make a move, the masked man thought that he was hesitating. Yi Chen replied, "As you said, my life is in my hands. Therefore, if your lord wants to kill me, he will have to have the ability. If he doesn't have the ability, I don't mind washing Elysium's otherworldly experts in blood one day, leaving not a single one alive. You're courting death. I advise you to think about it. There's no need to think too much. As for you, don't worry about me." Rumble. In the end, the entire Yuan Qi ball fused into Yi Chen's body, and Yi Chen's cultivation base reached 90 years. Adding the Zhen Yuan he had recovered from half of his body using the Undying Body, Yi Chen's cultivation base had reached 100 years. Having just entered life and death realm and already having 100 years of cultivation base, this was definitely the first time in tens of thousands of years. What abundant Zhen Yuan! The masked man's Zhen Yuan was even more abundant than Yi Chen's, but he had just entered life and death realm. Chapter 905. As the Yuan sphere fused into Yi Chen's body, the black hole rapidly dispersed, and the third layer of sky instantly recovered. Below, Yi Chen's aura soared to the point that even the third layer couldn't obstruct him. King Grade Jin Yuan is indeed worthy of being called King Grade Jin Yuan. In terms of quality, it has increased by 5 times. Under life and death realm, even if one's talent is at the peak, it would still be extremely difficult to make up for the gap in Zhen Yuan. Only a few people in 1,000 years could accomplish such a feat. Straightening his right palm as a blade, Yi Chen casually slashed. Pucci! A pitch-black crack appeared in the space, and spatial power pervaded the air. Condense! Yi Chen's space profound had reached 50% completion, allowing him to easily maintain the crack. The pervading spatial power condensed at the edge of the crack, forming a simple frame. Puff! The space's recovery ability was simply too powerful. After 3 breaths, the crack was mended, and the spatial power condensed into a frame was dispersed once again. The amount of spatial power I controlled just now was a bit less. If I had more, I should have been able to maintain it for a longer time. Shaking his head, Yi Chen's gaze once again fell on the masked man. The masked man didn't run, for he was clear that it was useless. Yi Chen's battle strength was at least upper 3 stars, perhaps even peak 3 stars. His previous battle strength was mid 3 stars, but now it had fallen to lower 3 stars. How could he escape? Once he did, he would die without a doubt. He didn't think Yi Chen would let him go. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can escape, I might let you live. Ordinary life and Death King's soul power perception range was 10,000 li. Using some secret soul arts, they could increase it to 100,000 li. As long as they escaped the range, it would be very difficult to chase them. However, Yi Chen was different. Yi Chen's soul eyes could see everything within a billion li. Even if the masked man escaped to True Spirit Continent, Yi Chen would still be able to find him. Hearing these words, the masked man's expression changed greatly. Yi Chen, don't make a mistake. I can give you 3 days to consider. The masked man was anxious. 1. Yi Chen coldly counted. Yi Chen, you'll regret this. The masked man opened his eyes wide and roared. 2. Run. The masked man's scalp went numb. Thunder and fire burst out of his body, turning him into a ball of thunder and fire that drilled into the void. Then he flew away at a speed that surpassed his limits, not caring about the damage to his body. Yi Chen didn't do anything, allowing the other party to escape. 3. Raising the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen slashed out. A transparent ripple swept into the depths of the void. In the next moment, 100,000 li away, the masked man was directly swept out by the spatial ripple and sealed in a purple mirror, unable to move. However, his eyeballs could still move, glaring at Yi Chen viciously while cursing. I gave you a chance, but you didn't have the ability to grasp it. The reason why Yi Chen gave the masked man 3 breaths of time was to verify his usage of space profound after reaching life and death realm. He didn't really intend to give the masked man a chance. Bang! The purple mirror shattered, and the masked man was shredded into a bloody mist by the berserk spatial fragments, thoroughly dying. Space profound can disregard spatial distance within a certain range. 100,000 li is no different from a few hundred li for me. However, the prerequisite is that my soul power and genuine are strong enough. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen understood how frightening a life and death king would be once they grasped the space profound. Fortunately, his space profound was not weaker than the majority of life and death kings. The number of life and death kings with a space profound above his might be less than a handful. His figure flickered as Yi Chen dove into the void. If the space power was like a berserk blade to Yi Chen before, it was now like a stream of water, unable to break his protective genuine and injure his body. Shuttling through the void, Yi Chen found Iron Arm King and Beard King storage rings, then the masked man's. As for Grey Bird King's storage ring, it was in the outer space and had been collected by Yi Chen a long time ago. Breaking through the spatial barrier, Yi Chen once again appeared above the ocean. Life and death realm is indeed powerful, but my harvest is not limited to soul power and genuine. The moment he broke through to life and death realm, Yi Chen's green lotus sword arts had already risen from low heaven grade to mid heaven grade. The speed of his Zhen Yuan circulation was inconceivably fast, and his cultivation speed had also increased by 3 times. With a low-rank heaven realm cultivation technique, one's cultivation speed would be 3 times faster than those without it. In other words, other life and death kings could only obtain 1 year's worth of cultivation base after cultivating for 1 year, while one could obtain 3 years' worth of cultivation base. However, with the Green Lotus Sword Arts, he could obtain 9 years' worth of cultivation base after cultivating for 1 year, which was 9 times faster than those without a Heaven Realm cultivation technique. With a casual circulation of Green Lotus Sword Arts, Yi Chun could feel the surging heaven and earth yuan qi pouring into his body, rapidly transforming into Zhen yuan. Of course, the heaven and earth yuan qi was too thin for life and death realm kings. It was not as dense as when one was undergoing life and death calamity, only 1,000th of the density. Therefore, relying on cultivation techniques to recover Jin Yuan was not too realistic and would be very slow. Unless one could find a blessed land where the heaven and earth yuan qi was dozens or even hundreds of times denser than the outside world, it would be more feasible. As Green Lotus Sword Arts advanced, Sword Domain, which was based on Green Lotus Sword Arts, also advanced. Originally, Yi Chen's Sword Domain was at the peak of the first layer, but after Green Lotus Sword Arts broke through to the mid-heaven grade, his Sword Domain reached the second layer and his sword rule doubled. The sword pressure was incomparably powerful. Without any exaggeration, an ordinary life and death king would be frozen in place by this sword pressure and be at the mercy of others. After reaching the second layer of Sword Domain, Yi Chen could no longer comprehend the extent of his battle power. Of course, it was impossible for him to reach 4 stars. The gap between each star was huge. For example, if one were at the peak of 3 stars, they would be easily defeated by a 4-star king. However, there were some people whose strength was infinitely close to 4 stars, even though they were at the peak of 3 stars. Such people possess the strength of a 3-star tyrant. For example, Copper Sword King possessed the strength of a 2-star tyrant. Not a single 2-star life and death king could last more than a few moves against him. He could contend against a low 3-star king, and even if he couldn't win, he had a great chance of escaping. According to the ease with which he killed the masked man, Yi Chen estimated his strength to be at least at the peak of 3 stars. As for whether he had the strength of a 3-star tyrant or not, he would have to verify it a few more times. No rush. After entering life and death realm, I can enter the state of one with the world at any time, and my profounds will advance by leaps and bounds. Once my profounds advance to a certain level, I can no longer advance any further. Then I can create an even more powerful sword move. For star battle strength should be in the bag. For star battle strength was equivalent to a peak king. However, Yi Chun had just entered life and death realm, and there were many aspects that he had yet to improve. This and not being able to improve at all were 2 different things. Open. The silver vertical eye on his forehead opened once again, and Yi Chen gazed in the direction of Blood Sky Continent. Blood Sky Continent, Iron Blood Region, Eternal Sky Sect. Yi Chen could see Li Zhongfeng, Gao Ziyuan, and the rest. They were all either cultivating or chatting. There was nothing happening in the surroundings, and there was no danger. Turning his head, Yi Chun gazed in the direction of True Spirit Continent. Sky Cloud Sect and Yi family were developing at an extremely fast pace. Their numbers had multiplied by several folds, and their experts were numerous as well. Moreover, through his soul eye, Yi Chen could even see a layer of mysterious fate circulating in the sky above Yi family and Sky Cloud Sect. This fate was hard to see through even with his soul eye, and he could only see traces of it. Fortunately, there is no movement for the time being. I'll go into seclusion for a while and comprehend the profounds. After making sure that everything he cared about was safe and sound, Yi Chen calmed down. As for Dragon God Celestial Palace, Yi Chen refrained from looking. Although his current strength seemed very powerful compared to some of the more powerful kings, he was still a lot weaker. Once his strength reached the point where he could no longer increase it within a short period of time, he would pay a visit to Dragon God's celestial palace and see what was happening there. Being so far away, he could only see the scene but not hear anything. Inside the palace, at the bottom of the sea, a few blood-colored stones at the end of the long table suddenly dimmed. Chasing Thunder King and the rest have all failed. Was it killed by Yi Qin or by someone else? The black-skinned figure creased his brows and rapped his fingers on the table. If it was killed by Yi Qin, then he has already broken through to life and death realm. To be able to do so in such a short period of time, his potential is bound to surpass Battle King and Xianhou. If it was someone else who saved him, then it means that he has yet to break through to life and death realm, and there is still a chance. These pieces of trash are really making me worry. Forget it, relying on these trash is useless. It's best if Horned Demon makes a trip there. This kind of genius, every day we keep him alive is one more day of danger. If we give him a few dozen years to grow, I'm afraid even the resurrection of the lords will have more twists and turns. He had no tolerance for the peak geniuses of Elysium. A few dozen years ago, they couldn't find an opportunity to kill Xianhou. After a few dozen years, Xuanhou's strength was already not something they could kill even if they wanted to. Even if he personally took action, he would only have 70 to 80% chance of defeating Xianhou. However, to say killing the latter, it was not too likely. Almost no one with 5-star battle strength could kill Xianhou. The other party's mysterious Dao was something he deeply understood. His finger flicked, and a blood light shot out, landing on a blood-colored stone nearby. Buzz! The stone blossomed with radiance, and a blood figure with a long horn on its head appeared. "What's the matter?" the horned blood figure asked. The black-skinned expert let out a breath and said, "Yi Chen might have entered life and death realm. His strength is at least upper 3-star or even peak 3-star. We can't let him grow any further. Find an opportunity and kill him. As for whether some kings will discover our existence, we can't care so much. In any case, they have already sensed us. Entering life and death realm. Truly a big problem." The horned blood figure continued. "We have the demonic power of this world, which is incompatible with this world. As soon as we appear, we will inevitably be discovered. Since you said so, I'll kill him. Don't worry, I'll quickly deal with this matter and hide in the depths. I believe they won't be able to sense too much." "All right," the black-skinned expert nodded.